Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Good. We get you up nice and early today?
Well, yeah. I'm usually up, but I got up a little earlier because um I wanted to kind of read through everything. I didn't get a chance to do everything yesterday.
Yeah.
And I'm finding materials from 3 different places and I'm not sure which one we're using. So I was like, so
So
yeah.
it's the one in the resources that I sent you yesterday.
Yeah, so in there is a packet that the Ignite people have. And there's an instructor at packet, and then there's slides. And they're all just slightly different. So that's what I mean. It's yeah.
Okay. Well, they all have access to all of the things. They have the participant guide, the slides, the whole nine. So they can follow along however you want them to.
Okay. So how does this usually go?
So typically they whoever's teaching is just using the slides as the guide. And if you open the slides, you'll see that it's got all of the blurb at the bottom, all of the things that you have to say. So it's pretty darn easy.
Okay. I'm probably overthinking it.
You might be.
So okay. And those, do I share my screen?
Yep.
Okay, and do I have access to do that?
You should.
Share. Oh, okay. And then do I have access to putting them in chat rooms?
I think so. Let's see. They move things around. So breakout rooms is under the more. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make you host.
Okay, because I don't see more. There we go. Okay.
Okay. And you have a ton of people in the waiting room already. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. So then as soon as everyone's on, do you stay on? Do you?
It's up to you. I can stay on if you need me to. Or I can not. Doesn't matter.
Okay. It doesn't matter to me either way. I was just curious, just to know what to expect, because I wasn't sure what to expect. So
yep. Well, I'll hop off so that you guys don't get distracted with anything with me. And Lauren Hazlitt, who was our sponsor for the team meeting and for Ignite this week, will probably pop on around 11:30, so you can just let her in whenever you want to and just give her a few minutes to introduce herself.
Okay. And she is with whom?
She is with coordinator team. I think, yeah, coordinator team. So she does transaction coordinating and all kinds of stuff like that. But she also does a lot of stuff with command. Okay. Like she can help with command.
Okay. Very good.
So
in that case, I will let them in. Thank you, Amy.
All right.
Okay.
I have my phone, so ping me if you need anything, and I can hop in and do whatever you need.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Amy.
Have fun.
All right. Thanks.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, Adrian.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good
Good, how are
morning.
you?
Morning.
Good. So thanks for being here. I know it's a little different over Zoom. And I don't know if all of you know this, but I live in 2 places, so I'm not in town right now, which is why we're doing this over Zoom. So, so today we're going to be going through 2 different chapters in your book. Does everybody have the handout?
I don't
I
think
have
so.
the access to the resources, but I don't know which one we're on. Like they don't cover like, hey, this is the chapter we're on. They just kind of go through the slides.
Yeah, so
Oh,
far
okay.
we haven't been using any of the printable material so far.
Great. Well, that's what I have for us today. So we can go through that, or I can pull up a slide. Hold on. I can do that.
Yeah,
too.
normally they just do a slideshow.
Oh, really? Okay.
Mhm.
So typically Gwen and Ricky, the productivity coaches, are teaching, and so you're going to have to bear with me today. So what I ask is, of course, participation will make this a little bit more exciting since it's over Zoom, which is not as full of energy as in person. And then of course you all do have your names on there. Thank you. And if you could turn your cameras on as much as possible and participate as much as possible, that would be helpful. There will
And
be,
Adrian, sorry, real quick. I do have to run Foster to school. So I'll be out for a little bit and then I'll be back on. So
okay.
just so you know, you just asked for cameras to be on. I'm about to shut it off and walk
Okay.
away.
Okay. And I know
Thanks.
Melissa is on her way back from dropping her kids off at school too. So I'm sure this is a super convenient time for everybody.
Yeah, 8 o'clock in the morning is a challenge for anything but coffee in my world.
Yeah, well, Nick, I'll tell you, it's 7 o'clock where I am. So
Oh yeah. Oof.
yeah.
Yeah.
So since I don't know all of you, of course, Nikki, I know well, and Zach, I know for just a brief moment.
A hair moment. Yep.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about yourselves and what got you into real estate in the first place.
I'll go ahead since we're on the subject of Zach. Real estate's been a childhood dream of mine. I honestly, growing up, I had 2 career paths that I was really interested in. One was an airline pilot. The other was becoming a realtor. And I was in a bad relationship in 2018 when I had started the process of studying for my real estate exam. And I just don't think I was at the right place at the right time. But fast forward, kind of right after the new year this year, I realized that I was in a much better place. I was happy with myself, happy with where I was going. And this was like the pivotal moment of my life that I could, do it. My determination was way higher than it's ever been. And, long story short, this is where we are today. So.
Great, thanks for sharing, and thanks for volunteering first. Not everyone
Absolutely.
is comfortable
I love
doing that,
talking.
so. Nick, what about you?
Hi, good morning. I think we may have met once. I've been with the office, actually October here is my 1-year anniversary of being with the office, although I've been going through a transition in my own world. I went through kind of an ugly business divorce with a partner I caught stealing millions of dollars from my last business. So it was a big thing to hurdle through during COVID. But I did not want to be a realtor when I was a little kid, but as I got older and I realized that my parents taught me so little about how to build wealth because they don't know anything about it. I'm teaching my parent, or my mom who's left anyways, I'm teaching her how to prepare for her retirement instead of the other way around. So I didn't develop my credit awareness until I was in my 30s, and I didn't get my credit score up into the mid to upper 700s till I was in my 40s. And we just bought a house here in Denver a little over 2 years ago. I had already gone through real estate school when it was time for us to buy a house. So I asked around in my friend pool for a good realtor, and I got a name. of a lady who most of my friends use here. And I was just so appalled at the service that was provided. I mean, she still to this day doesn't respond to texts or emails. I get like a flyer in the mail once every 2 months from her, and that's about her level of engagement with her client base. So it really motivated me. So it showed me an opportunity, because if she sucks so bad at her job, but everyone I know uses her, there's a huge opportunity for me right there, you know? And so I'm really about I come from a very poor background. My folks were broke. They didn't understand the game. They didn't understand how to build wealth, any of that kind of stuff. And so I'm breaking the mold of the generations in my family of poverty before me. And I'm the first Connolly to ever get to where I'm at, where I own a couple houses, and I put my kid through private school. I have another business that I run kind of full time, and I'm trying to figure out how to switch over to doing real estate full time instead, because the other business is more of a passion hobby of mine. And there's a very obvious ceiling. Like, I'm only ever going to make X amount of dollars doing that. And that amount of dollars is not going to set me up for my retirement or set my kids or my grandkids up for their easier life down the road. So, yeah, I have a big goal of building a pretty substantial family trust that can help push future generations of Connollys into business ownership, college education, all kinds of stuff. And I don't know how I could possibly accomplish my goals without finding a career path that has an unlimited ceiling, because I'm ready to kick some ass. And this industry seems like an opportunity to apply yourself and have it translate into dollars. So there you go.
100%. I love that. And you're right, there is no ceiling. It's just what you make of it. So I love that. Lisa, what about you?
Hi, it's nice to meet you finally.
Yes, you too.
I'm Lisa. I have been licensed for about a year now. I started in Arizona very briefly, and then we moved back here to Colorado. This is where my husband's family all is. So I joined Keller Williams in June of this year. And prior to real estate, I have been a nurse for the past 10 plus years. And, COVID, say no more. So throughout all of that, I really just kind of reevaluated my life and my priorities. And, again, like what's the best way for me to make an impact in this world on a day-to-day basis, but also keep my family's health and safety and like our schedule and all that kind of stuff a priority. So real estate's always been an interest to me. I've always been a house nerd. I'll stop at open houses just because the house looks pretty, kind of a thing.
Mhm.
And kind of like Nick, but on the opposite end of the spectrum. When I bought a house in Arizona, I had a fantastic experience. My realtors became very close friends of mine. And just, the way that they did business was how I was like, man, I could really do that too. I could make an impact and like be this real down to earth person to help people through the process. So here I am. I've
That's
had one closing outside of my own. I've done a couple transactions of my own, and I just had my first closing with a buyer last week. So I'm still very green, but learning and loving it.
That's great. Well, and there's a great example between you and Nick, both different experiences. And it just shows that no realtor is the same, right? So you
Yeah.
can do and build your business the way you want to build it.
100%.
Nikki, I know you're driving. So if you can unmute and tell a little bit about yourself, great. If not, I will go to Melissa. Okay, so we'll go back to Nikki later. Have you all met each other? I mean, you've been in the same course, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you all know like Nikki. She's fantastic. All right, Melissa, good to finally meet you.
It's good to
We've
see you.
talked enough. So
Yeah.
so tell me a little bit about yourself and what caused you to get into real estate.
Okay. Well, I've spent years of my life, I think, in the wrong industry. And that's probably part of it. But I wanted to get into real estate, I think, years ago. And I think life just kept happening, getting in the way. And then finally, after my kids got older and they all grew up, I just decided it was time for a career. So I'm ready to go. But I mean, my background is I spent about 15 years as a business analyst, and then I went and got a degree in design management and did some branding for some clients, like freelancing, that kind of stuff. And then a lot of the time I was at home with the kids, so I worked at home a lot too. So now they're all grown up. I'm ready to go take over the world. No, I'm kidding.
Nice. I love the enthusiasm. So
Okay, well, yeah, I'm very, very new. I'm learning all this stuff. It's very overwhelming, but it's all piecing itself together. So
nice. Nice.
Yeah.
So little about me for those that don't know me very well. I've been in real estate since 2011. Prior to that, I owned a floral shop, which does not pay well, by the way. And I've just always been an entrepreneur. So been with the office since I was licensed. I've never been anywhere else. I've just never had a reason to go anywhere else because they will grow with you. And if you're in communication with, the team lead, the OP, all of the leadership, and you have a need that you're not getting, they will make sure that you're getting it. And I love that. So I do miss seeing people in person now that I'm going back and forth from Washington to Colorado, and it just provides another opportunity. So I was able to locate the slides. So for Melissa, I actually had prepared our packet. That's what I thought you guys were working from. So I quickly found the slides. So you'll have to bear with me a little bit. And I'm going to share my screen real quick so that you can see what I'm looking at. Okay, so can you see my mouse right here? Okay, my home looks like a space station with screens everywhere. So I wanted to make sure that I'm sharing the correct one. So what we're going to be going over is converting leads into contacts and strengthening relationships. So does anybody have any ahas or anything they'd like to share about your session yesterday when you were learning about the success system?
Well, I'll just go. I think, there were so many things that I learned yesterday, but social media is one of the most powerful tools to use to, create relationships, build your database, with different algorithms on different social media platforms that can definitely create, more attention, more audience. So yeah, I think that was like my biggest thing yesterday.
Okay, thanks for sharing. And yeah, a lot of people are very successful through social media.
Made my first ever social media post about real estate. I currently use my social media platforms for nothing but my other business. I never really share personal stuff on there at all. It's just all pushing product basically. So I made probably one of the first in a long time. Every so often I'll put up something kind of personal, but usually it's an experience I'm having. Like when my friends from Jamaica were in town and they brought us backstage at Red Rocks for a Reggae on the Rocks kind of thing. It was like, I caught a killer picture of my wife with the audience behind her while we were up on the stage and everything. And I shared that a while back, but I don't typically share a lot of personal stuff, but I put a very personal sort of, well, hey, a lot of you guys know me as this. I'm also a realtor in the Denver metro area. So hit me up if you're thinking about or want to know more about, buying a house, selling a house, whatever. So I put up a post prompted by Tammy, who was teaching the class that day. I'm just trying to pull it up now. This morning, it had something like 117 reactions. And I actually got one person who just this morning was like, hey, I want to buy a house in January of 2024. So it was the first, I guess I'd call that a warm lead from my social media post. Somebody that's in my very extended network. I don't actually think I've ever met him, but he's somebody who follows me because of my other business who lives in Broomfield.
Nice
But,
job, Nick.
So that's, yeah, I'm up to 119 reactions on
job.
my initial post. And one actual, what I would call like a warm lead, somebody who's reached out to me and says, I'm looking to buy in, in about a year. So yeah, I don't know. That was good for me. So that's as far as ahas go. I've been really resistant to I've been trying to figure out how to cross my worlds because I've been using my social media platforms almost exclusively for my other business for literally like, years and years and years. And so it's just kind of a little tryout and bringing a different kind of post to my world where I do reach out and let people know what I'm up to, which is not a comfortable space for me. I don't share my personal life on Facebook because I basically think Facebook is a bunch of creepers, so
I agree with that. I'm so sorry. I got off Facebook back in 2000, I don't know, 2010, I think it was. And I was so hesitant to get back on. And I agree with you about the whole creepers thing. I've already had to block people, I mean, it's just like they come on for reasons that are, you know what I mean, that are just not, and it's like, oh, I don't want to do this. But the thing is that somebody said, and I can't remember which class it was, I've been taking so many different things, but somebody had mentioned, just make the Facebook just for your business only. And I am going to make the business page, obviously. And I have to go back in there and relearn Facebook. I mean, I know most of it. It's just, and then I get on there and then I get overwhelmed because I'm just scrolling, and my time just goes away. Like, I need more time management when it comes to Facebook.
Melissa,
Probably
can I
what-
just butt in there real quick
Yeah.
about
Mhm.
the whole Facebook page thing? Just be careful. I just got like notified on Facebook if you try to advertise on like your personal page, but even though you're using it as like a business page, they'll flag your account and tell you that you have to create a business page. You
that's
probably
good
already
to
knew
know.
that. But
Well, I didn't know that, but I was
Oh.
I haven't posted anything on the personal page, except for, that's not true. I think I did share one of those pros and cons of the market right now. So that is thank you for telling me that. I am creating the business page. I'm like Nick, I don't like to share my personal life on there either, but
Same.
yeah.
Yep.
So, what's funny about that? So I have a personal story about Facebook, or the lack of Facebook, right, for an agent. A lot of people are introverts and they don't post, but they watch. And even those of us that aren't introverts, that are uncomfortable posting our personal life on Facebook, like myself, we sometimes sit there and watch because we want to know what's going on with other people, even if we don't want the world to know what's going on with us, right? So back when we purchased this house down in Washington, up in Washington, it was down in 2018. So I knew nobody, and I followed all of the steps that I would normally take to find a referral partner. My husband flew out, purchased a home. I just called the Keller Williams, asked for someone on the ALC. They gave me someone, I had no idea who they were, and said, we're going to look at this house, and this house, and we're either going to buy one or not. Didn't really build a relationship with that person, had no idea who they were other than they were on the ALC. That's all I knew about them. Fast forward 6 months, I'm in Home Depot, I know nobody, so I do not care. I'm covered in paint from head to toe. I've got a mess everywhere. And I hear my name called from across the store. And I'm like, what is this? So I turn around, and sure enough, it's my old Cutco rep from Colorado, who I know, like, and trust. And she is fantastic. And she's told me that, oh yeah, I moved up here about 4 years ago and became a realtor. I'm like, really? I just bought a house. Had I known any of that, I would have called you. So, but she was very much not posting on Facebook. She actually posts all the time now on Facebook. And she very much never did. even though we were Facebook friends. I had to call someone, I had no idea who they were because I didn't know anybody. And I would have gladly given her the business. So that made me realize, okay, maybe you do need to be a little bit more out there with what you're doing. So,
Hey, Adrian, can I ask something? And just tell me if that now is not the time to talk about, but along with that, I have been having a really hard time finding good referral sources. I've got family in Missouri that's looking to buy and sell. One of the leads that I got from a lead buying program that I'm doing is like out of state. So I'd like to try to turn that into a referral. And I've done the KW white pages and have been really unsuccessful finding agents. I don't know if it's like too small of an area that I'm looking for. What's your recommendation for how to find good, like how do I call up a Keller Williams in St. Louis, Missouri and ask for somebody on their ALC?
sure. So, is everyone using KW Command?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a maps section in KW Command. Let me see if I can get this.
Maps?
Yeah, so you know what I'll do is if I'm gonna write this down, and then maybe on one of our breaks or after, anyone that wants to stay a little bit later, I can bring up my KW Command and show you. I know a lot of people will use some of the Facebook referral groups, but what I've found for myself doing that, because that's what I used to do, is it's a popularity contest and it's not always who the best person is.
Right.
And some of my clients have not been happy with those people. So I do not do that anymore.
Okay.
But I will definitely show you how to do that if you wanted to either stay on one of the breaks or stay after.
That'd be awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so today we're going to apply the follow-up principles from leads into contacts, create a 36 convert touch plan, design a MOFR. Does anyone know what a MOFR is? Okay, so it's making offer for immediate response. And then of course, develop a strategy to grow your number of contacts in your database. All right, so starting with okay. So what does that mean to you? And I know that this is a little different than what you're probably seeing on the screen, so because I had something totally different planned. So what does that mean to you to nurture your contacts? And what type of mindset do you need to have to nurture those contacts?
Relationship building, connection, I guess. Constant connection, constant communication.
And so what does that look like to you?
Or visibility, I guess is a good word too. Being visible. All right, I'm done.
Okay. So for let's pick on Lisa. So what does that look like to you? Yeah, if somebody is not ready to purchase now, do you think that they might be ready to purchase in the future?
Oh my gosh, I have so many people right now. I mean, I have like 6 or 7 people that are on the fence right now. And so for me, it's just been, these are people mostly that I work with as a nurse. And so finding ways, I mean, it always comes up. People want to talk to you about real estate. And so it's just kind of like Melissa said, you know, being visible. I have a lot of my stuff up at my work, you know, flyers for the events that we're doing and stuff like that. And just being available. I always check in with them every day that I see these people. You know, one of them actually just listed her house with somebody else. Hey, how's it going? Have you guys have a lot of showings? Have you had, you know, any offers? They are waiting to buy. So I'm hoping that maybe I can catch them on the buyer side. So it's definitely important to me to like, just genuinely show them that I care about them. I have their best interest in heart. What can I do for you? You know, hey, maybe I'm not your agent yet, but what questions do you have? want a market update? Do you want, do you want to talk to one of my lenders and hear about your options for rates and, things like that. So just kind of those soft touches. I mean, I have a lot of people on smart plans and things like that I do, have them on my drip line and stuff like that. But that's kind of another thing. You mentioned mindset. With one of the other, I did a book club through Ninja Selling, and they talk a lot about mindset. And one of my favorite things that I took from that was starting the day with an attitude of gratitude. And so every day, the first thing I do before I even check my email is I write 2 handwritten cards. And I just really feel like that helps to set your mindset up for the day, to be grateful and kind of get your mind right to get going and hit the road.
I definitely personally feel like I have had to do a lot of with everybody that I've closed with so far. There's been a process. Nobody that I closed with so far thought they were anywhere near ready to buy a home until we had a conversation. And then it was me helping them figure out what hurdles they needed to address, which ones they didn't, that they were manifesting that weren't even real. A lot of people really think that there's just no way they're going to be able to obtain their goals, especially in today's environment where you see all this shit on the news about interest rates and this and that. And it is real. The bigger problem is the cost of homes, really, though, because to be honest, historically, I mean, I've said this a few times already, the interest rates where they are right now was totally the norm for much larger period of history than the super abnormal 3% kind of shit we just had for 2 years. That doesn't even make sense. It's not even good for the economy. It's not good for the housing market to have such low rates, because it's great if you're ready to buy right now, but I think we're going to go through a period here where there's going to be a lot of people that are hesitant because they feel like they're waiting for that rate to come around again. And I've just been trying to educate people. That was a total fluke. That was a once in 100-year pandemic reaction by the Fed. That's not normal. We're not going back to 3% rates. You might be able to refi down to 4.5% or 5% sometime in the near future, but you should not base your home buying goals on thinking you're going to see 3% rates offered to you again. Because that's just it's not realistic. It's not normal. It's not the new norm, that's for sure, and so let's stop focusing on the rates that you have to get right now, realizing you can refi later, but there's a lot of stuff that people need to get through just to even help be ready to buy a home, so
Yeah.
anyways, educating
need to
people is
be
really good. Sorry, what's that?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought
That's
there was
all
a
right.
pause.
I'll keep going. That's all right. Interrupt away.
No, I was just gonna say, to your point, I took the shifting market class over at Smedra, and the instructor had a great presentation that he takes out every time he goes to see a seller or a buyer, and it shows historically exactly what you're saying, and it shows that it took us 20 years to get to 3%. It shows the rates and how long it took us, and it's like, if you wait this long, you don't know how long you might be waiting again. Prices. He even showed historically that prices never went down. They've never really gone down. So to your point, yeah, the time isn't to wait. Get in now so you can build that equity.
So it's
Some
not
people-
just our mindsets, but it's our clients' mindsets too. Yeah, I
Yes.
like that. And one thing too, Lisa, that I love is that you are still, while you do need to be careful not to give advice, since they are under an agency relationship, the friend that you have that did list with somebody else, the fact that you are there and showing that you care and it's not just transactional, what do you think is going to happen next time they sell? Because they will sell again. And maybe they'll have an experience like Nick did, and they'll be like, I am never using that person again. I'm all about Lisa. So
Yeah, exactly. And I thank you for saying that, because I do have to kind of walk that fine line of, being a friend without being their agent, because I'm locked. But yeah, no, I hope that they can see like that I genuinely care and I want what's best for their family. And when the time is right, they'll come to me.
Mhm.
And also like the more knowledge, I mean, I was talking to them about, the 3-2-1 buy down, and their agent hadn't even mentioned that to them. This was before they went under contract. But so just things like that, showing my knowledge, like that's going to give me a leg up. I know it will. They're going to remember that.
100%. 100%. So, oh, we just went through that one.
You can also, Lisa, recommend them to somebody like Patrick in 6 months, be like, hey, how's that going with your rate? So you want to talk to one of my lenders? And it'll just
Oh,
be
yeah.
another opportunity for you to be the one who helped them out more than the person they chose to hire, you know?
I invite like everybody that I have that's even thinking, I invite them to everything that Patrick does. It's all his happy hours, all his classes that he does. I'm like, come on, come with me, free drinks. This guy's awesome.
Yeah. No, I use Patrick's Patrick is who serviced my first jumbo sale. And he was really good, because it's complicated when you get up over, I think it's 680,000 or something, is oftentimes your lender has to be prepared to like we had to split our loan into 2 loans. He had the one loan for 650 and the other loan for 350 for his $1 million thing, you know? So
Yeah.
it's definitely good to have somebody that has that level of experience. And there's a lot of lenders out there, but I do like Patrick, you know?
Yeah.
And it is good to have 2 or 3. We always have our favorite. So I have my favorite that we do home paying happy hours with every month. And yet it's good to have a couple of different lenders on there, because occasionally your lender will get very busy, or your lender that you're using will have an emergency or whatnot, or there might be a different product, a loan product that somebody else offers that your lender doesn't. And so it is just as something that I didn't do when I was first in the business. And so I just wanted to share that experience. I used one lender and one lender only. And when they moved companies, there was a transition period where it was a little bit more difficult for my clients. And I wish I had more than one. But if you are going to have just one, Patrick is probably the one to have, because he is consistently awesome always. He is definitely one of my top lenders too. Okay, so some of these we're just going to kind of, since we're more collaborative today, which is kind of how I like it anyways. I'd rather you have the opportunity to ask questions, participate, do all of that. So we're going to kind of skip some of these and go to the more pertinent ones, I suppose. So we're going to go into the leads and contacts. So does anyone, who can tell me the difference between a lead and a contact?
So a lead is somebody that you've would qualifying be the right word? Like maybe they've pre-qualified, maybe they've contacted you first, so it's been the first conversation, and they've they've mentioned that they're interested in buying or selling, or maybe they're having a baby, or they want to move to another neighborhood to be closer to family. And then a contact would just be somebody, could be somebody you've contacted, the have and the have not, or what have you. Somebody that's just like in your phone that like maybe you haven't yet contacted. Me and my run-on sentences.
So a lead is going to be somebody that either contacts you through your marketing. It might be Nick's example is kind of borderline between a lead and a contact, because it's somebody that contacted him, but they're already on his Facebook, so they already expect him, so they would be more of a contact. But a lead would be an internet lead, or if you're hosting an open house, someone that walks into the open house, like you were saying, somebody that kind of comes to you or that you go to specifically. And then of course a contact is going to be someone that might actually answer the phone when you call them, because they know who you are. So what is the best way to turn a lead into a contact, Melissa?
I'm so glad you asked me that question, because I have no idea. No, I mean, honestly, I really don't know, because I know that you guys have experience with this, so I cannot wait to hear what you have to say. But personally, I would have, for me, if I had nobody teaching me, I would have just taken that lead, started asking them questions, building the relationship. But I don't come from sales, I come from numbers, unfortunately. So, I mean, I do have a personable relationship, and usually everywhere I go, I meet people and, I bring back contacts, that kind of thing. But I kind of stopped there. You know what I mean? I need to figure out how to cross that line so I can convert them.
So no, thank you for sharing that. What about you, Lisa?
The best way to turn a lead into a contact. Well, I mean, reach out to them. Like, however that lead contacted me, or however I got that lead. If it's a open house, follow up. It's all about follow up. Email them, call them, snail mail, whatever it is, and just make your presence known.
And so what about, so Melissa, you were a lead of mine.
I was.
You
I-
were,
Yes.
along with a lot of other people that had registered through that system that the office advertised.
Yeah.
And so when you and I were talking, initially it was just about why you contacted the office in the first place, to get your real estate license.
Mhm.
And through that course of time, every time you would say something to me, I would write it down through command. So
Yeah.
that when I would call you the next time, and I'm not going to go through all of your personal stuff, so I'm just going to make something up. So let's pretend like she had a dog named Skippy. So the
Mhm.
next time I called her, I might say, "Oh, how's Skippy doing?"
Yes.
Right. And that builds a relationship. People want to do business with other people that understand them and that care about them.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if she told me everything that was important to her, and the next time I called her, I was like, "I don't know who you are. I'm sorry. Why did you call the office?"
Mhm.
She probably would be like, "I am out. I am not joining this office. They have no idea who I am, and they don't care about me." Right.
100%. Yeah.
But when you're talking to thousands of people, which eventually all of you will be, that's why it's so important to take notes, so that you can have good conversations with people, and you'll build relationships where you don't necessarily have to look at your notes, which is the case a lot of times. And then there's people that you might not talk to often, and it's good to kind of just look through your notes really quick so that you know where the conversation left off, so that it's not obvious to them that you're reading your notes.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
also, Adrian, with the notes, I know that you're excited about this, but Command, the app now that you can use on your phone, you can view your contact and your notes with that app. So if you're not using Command, start
Oh, that's awesome. With your phone, on the phone app, you can see the notes too.
on the phone.
Nice.
You
Yeah.
can see their birthdays, their home anniversaries. Okay, guys, this is so exciting. You're right, Nikki. I am excited about this. She
I know.
knows. So
We've been waiting.
we're like this.
Yes.
This is so exciting, you guys. You can see their birthdays, their anniversaries. So make sure you get that information. You can see what tasks you have to do once you start assigning yourself tasks.
Mhm.
You can see basically it gives you a list of who you have to call. As long as you're inputting those tasks and you have a system, it will tell you your system. You can also go into Command and then save that contact to your phone with a click of a button.
Nice.
So if you don't have that contact on your phone, in your phone contacts, and you want to, when you're in there, you just save. And now they're in your phone too. It is amazing. And so before they had Command, or when they first launched it and the bugs weren't quite worked out yet, I actually went to a system that was similar by having two CRMs. Those two CRMs together cost me $1,200 a month. Y'all get Command for free. So if you're not using it, use it. Thank you, Nikki.
Brain space is
comprehensive,
valuable
too.
acreage.
What did you say, Nick?
Brain space is really valuable acreage. Trying to retain all that stuff about all those people. Too much clutter, too many people in the city up there in the head, you got to keep all that stuff somewhere else so you can keep your head space straight and available for the immediate processing of quick questions that come at you and stuff like that, you know?
100%, 100%. So the example that they use with the mindset is your database is a garden, your leads are the seeds, and your contacts are the plants. And then, of course, once you convert them, that's your harvest. So if someone's not ready, I love the example that Lisa gave with the gratitude. And just thinking about things a little bit differently in the morning, because it is easy to get discouraged when somebody's not ready. But if you think of your activities as always harvesting your garden, it will pay off. And if they're not ready now, they'll be ready in the future. Statistically, people buy and sell every 5 to 7 years, sometimes more, sometimes less. So your contact is going to be someone that has the potential of buying and selling with you multiple times throughout their life.
Yeah, I was just gonna make a quick little comment about that. Yesterday, I was picking up my car from the dealership, and the service guy was helping me, or whom was helping me, was only 21. But we had talked when I dropped my car off last week, and he was like, "Oh, I'll be interested in purchasing in like a year or two," and that can kind of get discouraging, like waiting another year, waiting another 2 years. But I mean, as we get older anyway, a year flies by. And so, I dropped off my business car when I picked my car up, and I feel like we'll end up staying in contact. And, I just thought that was cool.
Well, that
It's
also
good to
gives you
have
that
self-
year to build that relationship more, so that when
It's
he is
also-
ready, you're the first person that comes to his mind.
Totally. Yeah.
It's
That's
good to
excellent.
have plans for a year down the road. I mean, that's like somebody you can nurture for the next year, but you can also, that's 365 more days to find other leads, but you got one down the road. I mean, I'm working right now with a guy who I've been working with for probably 6 or 7 months, and he won't be ready until he files his taxes in April, but I've
Mhm.
been sort of helping to guide his path. He was, for example, he was taking way too many write-offs on his taxes to be able to afford the kind of house he wants to afford. He was writing off too much of his income. So I just said, look, I think you should talk to a tax professional about your home purchasing goals and explain to them that you do actually need to show X amount of income to qualify for that kind of loan. So I'm not a tax person, but I can tell you, if you talk to a tax person with the right language and tell them what your goals are, they can help to adjust your filing plan accordingly. And so he went back and he actually refiled for this year, claiming a bunch more income, so that next year he can claim even more income and he'll qualify for the $1 million to $1.2 million home that he can totally afford, but was taking so many tax write-offs that he was only showing like $70,000 a year in income, not like 250 like he actually is making, so. And I had to explain to him, you might pay a little bit more into your taxes for the next couple of years while you get ready for this, but you'll never buy $1 million house showing 55,000 a year in income or whatever. So you just gotta understand what your goals are and what you need to do to reach those goals. And that's part of, I think, what we do, right, is help people understand different pictures. But again, stay away from giving solid advice, right? I'm not a tax guy. Talk to your tax guy and tell him what you're trying to do,
It's almost like I set Nick up for our next slide.
Hey,
So yes, identify the goals. And so you recognized that the qualification was a problem and he needed to talk to a tax professional. So Zach, let me ask you, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit.
Totally.
So what is important to your mechanic about waiting a year?
I'm sorry, you cut out there. What's important?
What's important to your mechanic about waiting a year?
What's important about my mechanic? I mean, Nick and Nikki touched on this. Even though it's a year, it's vital in building my rapport, building my loyalty between me and the client. It also gives the opportunity to allow this person to trust me. And when I think outside the box, I also think how many people as we build our relationship, he may reach out to others and say, oh, by the way, this crazy, silly guy came into the Mazda dealership and we started talking. He's a realtor, and honestly, you should go talk to him. And that starts building up a referral base from that one client. So like, you know, long story short, if I think about it, it's building rapport, building loyalty, building trust between me and that client. And I think, I mean, over a year, you never know what comes of it. You don't know how many additional referrals come from it. You know, maybe he ends up buying a $20 million house, and then I'm like, oh, this is selling Sunset, you know? Just
And
never
then I'm coming
know.
to work for you, Zach.
I'm gonna be a mechanic if that's the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, no joke. I'm in the wrong business.
So that
I would-
that is absolutely true. Yes, it is important to build that relationship over the year. And what do you think is important to him? Like, why do you think he's waiting a year?
I mean, we did kind of talk about it, but I mean, he wants to build a little bit more, you know, comfortability in his financial assets. You know, he very briefly touched on like what he had for a down payment, but he wanted a little bit more. Also building his credit a little bit more so that he is, you know, I'm going to use this word lightly, but more of like a motivated buyer. You know, I mean, just because he is waiting out a year, I mean, I see the potential, and I see, you know, maybe we get to a year from now and he's like, actually, I'm looking to save another 15 grand or something. And, you know, wow, my head is so scattered. I'm so sorry.
No. So because you guys have been so willing to share your opinions, I am going to pick on you a little bit. And it's because it's for good reason, right? We're all just kind of being collaborative together. And you can ask me anything you want as well, because I feel like that is where we learn. You know, I want you to learn from my experience, and I will be learning from you too, right? I mean, that's what's great about our office is we're very collaborative, and we share, and this is a safe space to share. So Nikki, why do you think I asked him that?
Because you need to know his motivation to see what's important to him, to see how you can best serve his needs.
And why do you think that's important?
Because it moves it away from let's have a transaction to let's actually build the relationship. And if I bring up, okay, so what I heard you say is you want to wait because you want to get more assets. Now I can kind of work around that to say, well, what exactly is the steps that he needs to do? Does he need to talk to a lender now to get to that so that he can be prepared in that year to meet their goals, so that I can get him in contact with who he might need to be in contact with?
Yeah.
It also shows them that you're listening.
It shows them that you're listening. You're able to deepen the relationships by clarity is power. You're going to hear that a lot. It's one of the bold laws. And it's true, right? Clarity is power. And he might be under the assumption that he has to do something that he doesn't have to do. So how many times have you heard, well, I don't have 20% saved for a down payment?
Tons. And then they talk to a lender and realize that they qualify for a program that will give them down payment assistance.
Bingo. And for those that have talked about interest rates, right? Like Nick is pointing out, what was it like the last couple of years when the interest rates were 3%? It was a bloodbath for buyers. I'm just going to throw it out there. Bloodbath, right? They were basically giving up their firstborn child in order to get into a home. Not really, but close. And so now you don't have to.
And with that, it's did you want to pay $50,000 more for a house than it was worth? Come to the closing table, because the appraisal's not going to go in there. So now we have crazy appraisal gaps. So now you have a really great interest rate, but you paid more than the house is worth. Or do you want to pay a little bit more in interest rates right now, pay what it's actually worth, and not have to say, oh, we looked at a house online and now we have to make an offer and we didn't even get to see it in person.
Right. Well, and to your point, once they talk to a lender, they can figure out what they actually qualify for. Did you know that there's a program right now that is a government program, CHAFA? Patrick knows all about it. You can qualify. I don't know how the exact number, but people think of government programs and they think of, oh, I make too much money. I'm not on, they think of handouts, I guess. You can make, I want to say it's close to 150,000 a year. It's a big number. I was actually really surprised by
I think it's 125 because I was asking him about the whole, I had a customer ask me about the USDA loans and I had told him, oh, I said, Patrick, please educate me on a CHAFA loan because I need this, Yeah, 125, I think he said.
Okay, so when I was Eric, his business partner is who I use a lot. When we were talking, and I do believe it varies from county to county. So in the specific county we were looking at, it was like 140 something. But it might be 125 in a different county, but regardless, it's over $100,000, you guys. And that means all they require is $1,000 down. Yes, you have your inspections and appraisals, and so there's other fees. If you're able to negotiate closing costs with the sellers, which right now we're seeing all the time, and they qualify for CHAFA, they can get into a home for just over $1,000. So that mechanic that might be waiting to save 20% might not have to. But maybe he's waiting a year because he's waiting for his daughter to graduate high school, or maybe he's waiting because he's getting married, or maybe it's something completely different, which is why the clarity is power. So that's why I kind of stopped there for a minute.
Maybe he just bought a boat.
Right.
Just to embellish on that CHAFA stuff, we actually used a CHAFA loan program to get into our home. We were paying $3,000 a month in rent at the house we were renting, which is way less nice than the house we bought. Allison, my wife, was actually my first attempt at crafting a deal. I had to use the realtor lady that we used to actually execute because I wasn't licensed yet. I was still going through the schooling stuff, and timing was very important for us. But we got into this house for about $3,000 out of pocket because Allison qualified for a 15 or a 3% down payment assistance, which translated into it was a little over $12,000, and what we needed to get this done was $15,000. So it was like $3,000 out of pocket. CHAFA covered $12,000 of it, and at that time, though, just so you guys are all aware, CHAFA rules change every year. CHAFA limits change every year, and maybe even more than once a year. Maybe they change every time there's an interest rate change or something. But when we qualified, Allison couldn't make more than 84,000, or she would have not qualified for CHAFA. So just 2.5 years ago, the cap for qualifying in CHAFA was 84,000 when those interest rates were lower. So now it must be tied to where the interest rates are at, that they've raised up the level of the cap on your qualification parameters, because 150,000 is it's almost double what it was 2.5 years ago.
I think
It's crazy.
I think Patrick may have mentioned this to me. I was taking notes when he was explaining it, but I think the CHAFA loan too depends on the property and where it's located, because it's typically, correct me if I'm wrong, Adrian, but it's typically in rural areas. Am I correct?
So the USDA loan is in rural areas.
Okay.
CHAFA loan it does not have to be in rural areas.
Okay.
So the USDA loan is another loan program that's really great. But that is going to be in more rural areas. Okay. And I'm texting Eric right now, since we just asked him what the current CHAFA limit. Okay, we'll see if he's available.
You guys, I love that we do this. Like I've never even heard the term CHAFA. Like I've been a realtor for a year. So God, this program is so awesome. I appreciate you all.
Yeah. Well, thank you. We appreciate all of you as well. So I'm going to make it real for a second. This is not something you probably want to hear. So Zach,
Are we scared?
you had a really great conversation with your mechanic. He told you he's interested in purchasing a home in a year. How many people do you think your mechanic talks to a day? How many of them are realtors? And how many databases do you assume that he's probably in?
What a good question. Number one, I'm sure he talks to at least 150 people a day. I mean, if you look at their schedules, they have, 10 to 20 appointments. Maybe some of them are couples, maybe some just independent. I did ask him when I dropped my car off last week if he knew of any realtors. This was a very personal conversation. So we weren't even talking real estate until he had asked me what I did. And I was like, oh, I took what Ricky, told us. I own a small real estate business, instead of that businessy, oh, I'm a realtor, I want to just kind of step away from just business. I don't think he knows a lot of realtors, and I simply say that just because of his age and being 21. And he probably, I feel like when I was in my lower 20s, I didn't really talk to, well, my conversations with adults weren't really how do I say this, that mature, that adult. So I don't know how much he actually does talk to realtors or knows of realtors, but just my conversation with him and how he kind of slid around in the conversation. He's got to talk to hundreds of people on a daily basis. As far as realtors go, I'm not really sure, but his database, could have thousands of people in it just because of how many people he talks to on a daily basis.
Yeah. Yep. And so we're going to dive into this just for a few more minutes, and then we're going to take a quick break so that everyone can go refill their coffee or do whatever they want to do. But I'm going to ask, how many of you have clicked on an ad that got you into somebody's database, either intentionally or unintentionally?
Ever look for homeowners insurance or health insurance?
Yeah. And you
You
probably
accidentally
got
put your phone
contacted-
number in?
Yep. And you probably not only got contacted by that person, but somehow maybe 50 other people.
Oh, at least, yeah.
Yeah. So when we were out at our business planning clinic in September, Crystal, one of my team members, she bought a house in Florida. So we went to Florida this year for that. And while I was there, I was like, ooh, this is a nice neighborhood. I wonder what that house is. So I was just starting to click, right? And I was like, ooh, and I clicked on something. And then all of a sudden it started showing up in my Facebook with all the homes in that area that we were on. And yeah, so even if they're not out there searching, because I was just curious about that one property, right? And I didn't open my KW app. Why? I don't know. But I did not. So instead I got bombarded with my Facebook ads. I still get Facebook ads for properties in Florida. So the reason I say that is because it is true. We feel like, okay, well, I'm contacting this person every quarter. You may not be the only one contacting them, which is why it is so important to gain clarity on exactly what their goals are, what their time frame is, and so that we can be helping them along the way, because they're going to use the person that provides the most value and the value of when they need it. So, okay, let's take a 5-minute break so we can all go refill our coffee. It is 9:02, so let's come back at 9:07, and then we'll dive into the next section. Sound good? Okay. Okay, welcome back. So during our break, I was able to get with Eric and get some clarity on the CHAFA. And for today, and to Nick's point, it does change. But today, it is 94,000 for conventional and 148,000 for FHA. So that is a big difference, and it does show that there are programs for everybody up with very high income limits. So I just wanted to share that information. And Eric and Patrick work hand in hand. They're actually on the same team. So this is basically coming from Patrick. So you can talk to him about that too, because I know most of you are using Patrick.
Adrian, can I ask you a question about?
Yeah, absolutely.
I have been trying to educate myself more on, like, one of the things, I think it was Michael Lee that said this, and when I sat in on his shift class last week, I think, and he had mentioned that he really educated himself on lending, not because he wanted to be a lender, but because it's oftentimes one of the first things that you kind of have. It is one of the very first things you have to cross that path with your potential buyers, right? Have you talked to a lender? Are you pre-approved? And there is such a almost inconceivable amount of people who are misinformed, undereducated, whatever it might be. I think it's got to be a huge percentile. I don't know the statistic on it, but I would be willing to bet that more people than not feel like, oh, I would never qualify for a home loan. I don't think I can pull this off. I don't, they just like, there's no, I mean, even Lisa, to Lisa's point here, she said she's been licensed for a year and she's never even heard of a CHAFA loan. So how can, Susie Homemaker or Bob the Builder or whatever, how do these people know about these things if we don't have the capacity to start the conversation and at least be able to speak in bullet points, but always saying, well, look, I'm not a lender, but here's 3 lenders I would suggest you call. I always try and recommend 3 lenders, by the way, because you did mention that earlier. And right now, Patrick has gotten my jumbo loan and another lender's gotten some other ones, but it's at this point, I feel like I want to understand lending a little better so that I feel more comfortable starting the conversation. And I've personally with Patrick, I've asked him some very direct questions, and if you're super direct, he'll answer your questions, and he's always willing to email you some charts and stuff, but he doesn't want you having the initial conversation with your people. He's just like, oh, just send them through to me. So I'm looking for resources. As much as I know that Patrick or any one of many other lenders would be a great person to refer someone to, I find myself in a lot of conversation. A lot of people are like, so, hey, what do you think about interest rates right now? I make 70 grand a year. What do you think I could qualify for? And I'd like to be able to at least have some kind of ballpark, well, I'm not a lender, but my understanding is rates are about 7% right now. So if you were looking at a house at around 600,000 with 20% down, this is roughly what you could hope to pay, or something like that, just to, because I feel like everybody's so freaking thirsty to put people in their database that they just want to get them on the phone. Like, that's what it feels like anyways. And again, I'm not, by no means am I down talking how Patrick does what he does, because he's a guru in his own arena, right? But I want to educate myself more on basic lending knowledge so that I can be more knowledgeable and come off as such genuinely. And it's not that I just want to create the illusion that I'm knowledgeable. I want to be knowledgeable. I want to be able to communicate with potential buyers. I think there's a lot of people like your mechanic there, Zach. He probably does make enough money to qualify for a nice condo at least, but without it, the misconception of I need 20% down. Well, yeah, if you're trying to avoid the couple $100 a month that is PMI, but otherwise, no, you can get it for 3% down. Or I think you even said $1,000. I never heard that one before. The $1,000 down. The lowest I've heard is 3%. So if I'm not right about that, I don't want to be out there telling people, oh, you can get into a home for as little as 3%. If it's really, you can get into a home for as little as $1,000. That's a much different number in today's world, right?
Hey, Nick. So with the, and correct me if I'm wrong, Adrian, but with the way that the financial structure changes on a daily, sometimes hourly basis, like you can get approved for an X% of an interest rate, but if you don't lock it in at that time, then you come back after 6 p.m., it can change. And I get your point of wanting to know as much as you can so that you can educate as much as you can. But sometimes I think that we need to stay in our own lane and leave that up to the person, like to the lender, say, hey, let's check with my lender to see what the best position for you right now is, so that you're not giving the false information.
And I think it's a little bit of both. Educating yourself about what programs could be available. And not, to Nikki's point, it does change often. So our real estate contracts change every year. With lending, it's like constantly. I honestly don't know how the lenders keep up with all the changes because it is constant. But what I like to do is ask a lot of questions and then say, you know what, let me dig into this. I'm gonna get back to you. So when they say, oh, I don't think I can qualify. So tell me more about that. And then, so Nick, do you want to role play with me?
Sure.
Okay, so tell me more about that.
I feel like I won't qualify. I don't think I have enough down payment.
Okay,
Or I don't know if my credit score is good enough, or I have no idea what kind of rate I might get, or what kind of loan I might qualify for. Or even conceivably, what is the percentage of my income that a lender will say, I'm comfortable lending as long as you don't cross this threshold, or what. I don't even think most buyers understand that there's a ratio. Like most lenders don't want to lend 49% of your gross income is what I've heard the line is they don't want to cross. But it's those kind of things for me that I'm trying to learn, right? I mean, those are,
right.
sorry, I steered away from role playing there, but sorry.
No, that's okay. So why don't you pick one of those? Because usually a buyer will have one stronger myth that might
Right.
have some of the others as well.
I just don't think I can afford to be a homeowner.
Okay, so tell me more about that. What does being a homeowner look like to you?
Well, I know that you have, I don't understand what a mortgage is versus rent.
Okay, so if you don't mind me asking, how much do you currently pay in rent?
$3,000 a month.
$3,000 a month. Okay, so essentially you are paying a mortgage of $3,000 a month. It happens to be your landlord's mortgage, but you are paying a mortgage. So if we could get you into a property for $3,000 a month or under that has, and assuming that we've already talked about the other stuff that you're interested in, would that be something you'd be interested in doing?
Absolutely, but how would I possibly save up a 20% down payment for something like that?
So what do you currently have saved?
Well, I've got about $30,000 in the bank, but I wouldn't want to spend it all.
Sure. Well, and what you qualify for and what you choose to purchase are two different things. So there are actually a lot of programs. And of course, we've already had conversations about your income and whatnot. There's a lot of programs out there right now where I do believe you would qualify. So the first step would be contacting a lender. I have a couple of really great lenders, but there's one in mind from our previous conversations that I think would really help you. Would you be available around 3 o'clock today if he were to call you?
Yeah, I think I can make my schedule open then.
Okay, so I think with that, it's just asking the questions. And if they say something like, let's pretend you said, well, gosh, because 30,000 down, we could definitely, I mean, depending on your income and your credit. But if you're like, I only have $4,000 saved, right? Well, there are some programs out there that do offer down payment assistance, and they do have very high income limits. I don't know if you qualify or not, but I do have a lender that I trust that if you do qualify, he will qualify you. And if you don't, he'll put you on the right path so that we can understand what steps need to be taken in order for you to qualify. Sound good?
Yeah.
Okay. So then it's kind of just understanding a little bit and asking more questions. And Nick, I will tell you, I am just like you. When I first got into the business, I thought I had to know everything about everything. And now that I know more, I realize I don't need to say as much. So, and the reason is because I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, you want to help your clients. And so you want to be the one that educates them. And so you want to have a lot of knowledge. And asking the deep questions, asking questions from your buyers or sellers, and really getting clarity and insight and what they're thinking and what they're doing to put them in touch with the correct lenders, is really all you need to do. So you can start doing that now while you're looking at some of the loan programs. And I know you are with some of the stuff that you're already doing. But what I've found, the longer I'm in real estate, the more I know I don't know. So, because situations always come up where I learn something, I'm like, Zach brought up a USDA loan. You know, I've been doing this for 12 years. I have never done a USDA loan. I know a little bit about it, but if somebody wanted to do a USDA loan, I would be on the phone with my lender partners so quick, going, okay, this is what we're doing. Is it possible? Because I know nothing about USDA loans other than they have to be rural, because that's about as much as I know about them. So don't be afraid to say, you know what, I've got some great partners. Let me dig into that for you and I'll call you back.
I agree with that 100%, but I think for my own understanding, you know, there's a little bit of playing matchmaker, right? If you're going to refer somebody to somebody, there's a little bit of reading the room, reading your client. Hey, is Bob going to be a good match for Patrick? Or maybe I should say, you know, why don't you give Susie a call first? But if you don't like what she has to say, you could check in with Patrick or Eric, or here's even another person. And if you're going to recommend different lenders, I found personally at one time I recommended 2 people through Fairway, and it was totally just a personality match effort, not a program match effort, right? Because the 2 Fairway officers are going to offer the same programs. But Fairway this is just before Patrick made the switch over to cross country, but I forget who he was with before, but you know, it was different program. Every different lender has similar but different programs with little nuances. And I have no desire to try and keep up with the nuances at all, but I do want to have a basic understanding, because it was really, the example I'll use is it was really empowering. I have been nurturing a lead, a warm lead, a referral from my first jumbo loan. His friend came over and was like, dude, how did you get in this house? And his answer was, you got to know Nick. If you don't know Nick, I had no idea I could get into a house like this. Nick made it happen for me. Through his team, his network, his people, I realized this $1 million home, and I certainly didn't think I could ever have afforded anything. When he first started shopping, he was shopping for $600,000 houses on Zillow, because he was looking at the 20% down, and that's what he thought he could afford. We got him into a $1 million house with 10% down. And now actually 3 of his friends are chatting with me about, hey, how can you help me get into a $1 million house? And I'm like, well, help me help you. Let me understand your financial situation. When this kid told me he's making $250,000 a year, but his accountant has helped him tax down to $30,000 in income, I was like, well, that's great. You're saving a bundle of money every year, but you're never going to qualify for any kind of home loan in the Denver metro area making $30,000 a year. So the first thing you have to do is suck up whatever tax bill comes along with claiming a reasonable amount of income if you want to live in $1 million house. Nobody that makes $30,000 a year lives in $1 million house. So you just got to cross that hurdle in your mind. And I was able to talk him into having another conversation with his tax preparer, with his accountant. I'm not a tax guy, but I know you don't need to take all those write-offs you're taking, you know, so maybe there's some way you could strategize showing a better income for a year or 2 so it'll qualify you. And then sure enough, at the time, my daughter was still working at Fairway, so I plugged him in with my daughter, and she was able to help him understand the loan programs that he would qualify for if he made X amount of income. He went back to his tax preparer and said, hey, I need to show 100,000 or more a year in income. How do I do that? You know, and so together through my gentle nudges in the right direction, I have curated another $1 million+ buyer that will qualify for that loan as soon as he files his taxes in April.
That's,
So-
and that's awesome. So what I would recommend then on yours is right now, nobody's refinancing. It's just, nobody is.
There's no
So
benefit in it.
lenders are calling left and right, and they want to talk to realtors. They do. They want to sit down with you. They want to buy you coffee. They want to buy you lunch. They want to get in your referral network. So I would call the lenders that you are recommending right now. And if you don't have 3, I have some I could give you 2. And I'm sure Gwen and Ricky do as well. I would go and have coffee with them and say, I want to know about all your programs. And just kind of dive deep into that if that's important to you, because right now is the time. They will give you all the time you want, trust me. So they want to be in your network.
You know, I'd love to know if you have any referrals. I'm definitely trying to build my referral network out right now. It's a big part of the foundation of our business. I'm looking for handymen, landscapers, lenders, and anybody that could help to benefit my business. I just joined Tammy's group. She has a Facebook group for those of you that didn't catch that yesterday. That's just real estate industry professionals, whether it's contractors or whatever. So definitely trying to expand the network. So yeah, when we're done with the class, Adrian, if it's possible to get any suggested lenders, it's nice to filter through. There's a lot of mediocrity to me is like a plague on current society. There's just so many people that aren't even really trying at whatever it is they do. And I certainly do not want to align myself with mediocrity because I'm anything but that, you know, so.
Yep.
Um,
So yeah, absolutely. We can do that.
thank you.
So moving on to, okay, so I know we just talked about you're in, everyone you talk to is in multiple databases, which is true. And yet, some of the NAR stats show that on sellers, 74% only interviewed one agent. And with buyers, it's 75%. So while they might be in a lot of different databases, it's getting in front of them and having that meeting. We used to call them appointments. Right now in one of my mastermind classes, one of the top agents that I mastermind with had said that she stopped using the word appointments and started calling it meetings or get-togethers. And she was able to set more appointments because with an appointment, it sounds so formal. So that's not in here, just something I would throw out because I haven't implemented that yet because that was just something that we talked about, but I intend to. Okay.
Adrian, thanks for that, because I know like the whole thing is like create the lead, get the contact, set the appointment. And when I hear appointment, it's like nails on a chalkboard. It's like going to a workshop. It's like, oh, you know, but if I'm going to a tutorial, that's different.
Right, or an educational meeting or whatever is comfortable, you know, to Nick's point, read the room. You know, if you have someone that's eager to go and appointment's not going to scare them, great. If you have someone that's already hesitant, that word is going to scare them.
Right.
Consultation.
When can we go for coffee?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And I use that, you know, when can I sit down, buy a cup of coffee and we can just go over, see if this is the right move for you. So, all right. So we kind of skipped a couple with since we're going off base a little, but I think with important stuff. So one of the items in here is really just going through how people find you. So when you were, let's say, I think Nikki, you were talking about insurance. How did you determine who to call for insurance?
Well, me personally, I used to be a licensed insurance agent. And so I worked for an agent like that had his own brokerage, and I found them through a referral. through a friend that said, hey, we're not hiring, but our office works a lot with this office because of the areas that we're in. Why don't you go see if you can get a job with them? And that's how I interviewed. And to this day, if someone ever asks me for an insurance referral, it goes to him.
Okay. So since you worked there, that might be, yeah, of course, a little different, and you still refer to there. So Zach, if you were to ask your friends and family about insurance, why wouldn't you just go online and find somebody?
That's an easy question for me. I would say, I mean, this is whether it's insurance or anybody else, I'm looking for somebody that I trust, that I make a good connection with. It's about building rapport. Like, it comes down to building rapport, building a connection with somebody. Like, why go out and find like, here's a good example. Sorry, I'm going off here, but like, when somebody says, hey, do you have a good mechanic, or do you have a good dentist to go to, or a good lawyer, and you just find one in a phone books, like 1990s. But like, you go on somewhere and you just find one because you see that they have 5 stars. I feel like it would be behoove of you to find somebody that you trust, that you have connected with, that you've had conversations with, that know your story, your background, know what it is you're looking for, what you're not looking for. And over time, I mean, you build that connection with somebody. There's like a business relationship there, and it allows you to not only refer other people to that person because you like them, you've done business with them, but it just helps to, I mean, I don't know, you're just in a better position when you know somebody, rather than like a stranger.
Mhm. Yeah, I know with me, if I find somebody online, I ask them a boat ton of questions, right? Like, I will ask them everything. I'll ask them for referrals and ask them to see their work and just everything. Whereas if, I call up and let's say Lisa says, oh, you've got to use my hairstylist, or you've got to use the person that did my deck or whatnot, because they did this and oh my gosh, they were amazing. I'm going to call them and I'm going to be like, okay, can you quote this? That's probably the question I'm going to ask. So, because I already know that it came from a reliable source. And so I don't have to go through that. And so a lot of people will do that. And I think kind of going through, you guys already know. And now, of course, it is important to convert our leads into contacts, so that they will refer us and that they know and trust us. So now, how do we do that? Great. So we're going to go to our touch plans. Now, of course, you want to make this however you want to turn this into you. That's like everything in real estate. I will tell you that when I was sitting in your position taking Ignite, there were certain things that I personally would go, well, that doesn't sound like me, so I'm not doing it. Right. And a lot of things are not going to sound like you, or they're not going to be your style. So do them and change them so they do sound like you. So that when Melissa calls, she doesn't sound like Nick, or Nick doesn't sound like me, right? Because Nick's clients are going to work with Nick because they like Nick. And same with Melissa and Lisa and Nikki and Zach. So on this touch plan, sorry. So this is basically your communication to connect and then to convert. And they recommend 36 touches, which 36 touches per every contact sounds like a lot. And if you read through these, it's really not that much, because our office does a lot of this stuff and makes it easy to do this stuff for you. So, Nick, what's the first thing you see on here?
4 touches.
By phone. So how would you organize that?
I mean, obviously, if you're using a Was it CRM or CMR? CMR?
CRM.
CRM. If you're using a CRM, theoretically, you're setting it up to remind you for all your, hey, it's time for that quarterly call to this group of people. Or, theoretically, you can set a schedule, right? I mean, so if you're doing your lead gen couple hours every morning, like we're taught to, these would be some of those first things you would do in your lead gen block, right? Reach out and do those phone touches. This is all stuff that, again, relies, obviously, communicate with your database, right? So we're talking databases here. So theoretically, I don't have a database running yet, but I can go into my phone and pull up whoever it is I feel like I need to reach out to. And I've been keeping track in a notebook. On this date, I talked to Corey and we talked about his dog and his kid's soccer practice. And so I'm doing it manually because the technological beast that is Command still is an intimidating monster for me. So, and I know, Zach, I'm going to watch that. I'm watching the Scott Leroy video this weekend, and I'm going to take another stab at the Marty Miller course. So
Just one other thing too, there's, not to interrupt you, but there are so many videos on YouTube of other realtors that are with KW that help walk you through KW Command, walk you through like how to do, smart plans. And obviously, I don't think there's a right or a wrong way to do anything. I think like you choose your business, your model, etc. But it's just really interesting to take various points from different brokers, whether they're Colorado, whether they're Hawaii, California, and you kind of implement them into your own business and find what works best for you. Because I just find it interesting. Everybody has a different path that they choose. And, there's not a right or a wrong way to do it. Well, sales, but okay, that's another story.
well, there is some statistics out there, and don't quote me, but it's something to the effect of 90% of the money made in real estate transactions is made by 10% of the realtors. And of those 10%, the top 10% performing realtors in the world, something like 95% of them rely on their database, their CRM program, whatever it may be that they use. I find it really interesting, and Adrian, maybe you can speak to this at the appropriate moment in today's class here, but I've talked to a number of agents in our office that don't use Command. And I'm not just talking about new folks, I'm talking about well-established agents that are doing huge numbers that all prefer a different CRM program. So I get conflicting information because these classes are all about, I probably hear anytime I engage in any class through Keller Williams, use Command, use Command, use Command, like all day in every class. Everybody's talking about how you're supposed to use Command. And you're like, hey, Ryan Davis, how's your Command going? Oh, I don't use Command. Here's the one I use. Hey, Michael Lee, how's your Command going? Oh, I don't use Command. It's not good for teams. Hey, Britt, how's your going on Command? Well, my transaction coordinator puts stuff in there when I close a deal, but I don't really use Command. So
Can I
it's
speak to this,
literally like,
Adrian?
Yes, please.
So the well-established agents, Ryan Davis, Michael Lee, Adrian, before she started really using Command again, and why she was using 2 for so long, is that when it launched, they tried to use Command and it wasn't really ready for the launch that they were building up. It was more of a, wow, look how great this is, someday going to be. Okay. So that's
That was the
2008.
best understatement I've ever heard. Yes, you put that very nicely, Nikki.
So
Sorry.
no, go ahead.
Oh,
No, you're good.
I was just going to say, I don't know why and I think it's just because I spent a lot of time with technology too. And I really like CRMs a lot. And so I've looked at several different ones, but Command is very, I don't know. I think it's very well built. I think it's very user friendly. And when I went through it, just briefly walked through it, I thought, wow, this software does everything that I've wanted in other things that I've found, but I couldn't find it in one. You know what I mean? It has all of it. So, I mean,
So for Command 4 years ago, when they launched it, it was a complete nightmare. They were pushing it and everyone was loading up all their contacts. Things were getting duplicated, triplicated, and it took more time to fix than it did to, and more headaches for about a year and a half. And then, so people moved away from it, you know, the teams weren't, you know, really ready, structured, but they're currently paying for the CRMs that are like that, okay? Adrienne said she was paying $1,200 a month. That's not uncommon. Those CRMs, they might be glitter, sparkles, and gold, but A, it's costing you, and B, Command is now up to par with those.
It is,
And-
and it doesn't, so Nick, it's almost like when I ask you a question, you set me up for the next thing I was going to talk about. I love that because that was actually the next thing. One of the things is Command is working now. Yes. It doesn't matter what CRM you use. Use the one that makes the most sense to you. And one of our top agents, and you guys may or may not even know her because she doesn't come into the office and she's not on social media. I don't think she's ever seen one of the Facebook posts. She has been with our office for about 20 some odd years. I watched her business for her while she was out of town for 3 weeks. And I went over to her house and I picked up paper files and spreadsheets. And she kills it. I would be surprised if she used any electronic version of a CRM, but she still does all the things. So when you're first getting in, and even now, I mean, I struggle with this now. You go to classes and people will make you feel like if you're not doing this, you're missing out. Or if you're not doing that, you're missing out. And while it is important to learn a little about everything, find what works for you and don't worry about what somebody else is doing. So if, and I know this isn't what you're necessarily saying, but let's pretend, Nick, that you just wanted to do everything on a spreadsheet. If that works for you, do it. I mean, the worst CRM to have is the one that you hate that you're not using. So, so yes, you absolutely don't have to use Command. You can use whatever you want. And with the 4 touches on the telephone calls, you nailed it. Like once a quarter, you organize that however it makes the most sense to you. And all you have to do is call people once a quarter. And then the next one, oh, go
I'm
ahead.
not anti-command. I'm trying to filter through it all. I mean, this is literally, this is my 1-year anniversary, October. Granted, my first year was very part-time, I was sort of dipping my toe in the pond for the last year, and I'm getting ready to dive in right now. Like between October and February, I plan on completing the foundation that I'm going to build this business off of. So whether it's Command or some other CRM, I'm going to be using. Again, I spoke to this earlier, like the free space in my head is chaotic. It is very loud and busy up there. So to try and remember little Susie's birthday or Bobby's basketball practice or whatever, that's like not going to happen. I need to write that shit down somewhere personally, right? But also, I'm a carpenter by trade. I lucked my way into another business where I was in way over my head, but had the financial buying power to just surround myself with people that had the strengths where my weaknesses lied. So I built a very impressive team around me of people that had excellent computer skills. I have never used a computer in my life for anything. They were building the computer lab in my high school the year I finished high school. So and then I didn't go to college. I went into carpentry. So for me, Command is very intimidating because it's so, I've never had to answer an email in my adult life. You know, and now there's like, I have 3 email accounts attached to my phone with 1,000 unread emails in each one. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not even diving into that. That's like, forget that. So I'm trying to figure out, as you mentioned, like what's going to work for me.
Yeah.
And learning how to embrace being responsive to emails. I don't fetch. When someone says jump, I don't say how high. I'm like, why? You know, so for me to put myself in a position where my career path has me, I'm a proactive person, not a reactive person by nature. So reacting to emails all day, reacting, like I'm gonna probably turn my ringer off and have a voicemail that's like, hey, thanks for reaching the Connolly team. We'll get back to you as soon as we're available, kind of thing. I'm not gonna answer my phone every time it rings. I'm not gonna be a slave to the emails and the phone calls. I would like to schedule the time blocks. Like I love that part of our training. Hey, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., these are my real estate oriented tasks that I'm going to go under, whether it's making the calls or taking the calls or whatever. But I can't be a slave to the process, right? I have to make the process work for me, which is what you said earlier. We're all gonna develop a system that works for us. And I'm super open to something like Command or Command, whatever it may be. I love the sound of how seamless it is from your Command to your website to your app. That all sounds very appealing to me, right?
Yeah.
So anyway,
So I
Sorry,
would
Lincoln.
definitely check it out, but you're absolutely right. I mean, you could use, you could use whatever. And a lot of the other agents don't use Command for the reasons that Nikki brought up. So, but I would definitely check it out because it is pretty user friendly now, and you're not alone. A lot of realtors aren't necessarily by nature tech quizzes, tech whizzes. So I would not stress about that. It will come. It'll come. And I can already tell you're going to be a rock star, so I'm not even worried about it. It'll come.
thanks.
Melissa, what about this line right here?
26 touches biweekly email offering some type of information of value to the consumer.
Okay, so do you currently use Command?
I have uploaded my contacts.
Okay.
I
So
am getting there.
if you're interested in using Command, I would highly recommend going to Amy's Command classes.
Okay, yeah.
There are bi-weekly emails that are in the smart plans that are already there, ready to go, where it will email out to your database. You just have to have an address. It'll email out to your database information about their area, what their home value is, their surrounding neighbors, all the homes that were listed. It's really a cool email. It's almost like a personalized website for each client in a way. But you can also create smart plans. So right now, for our Halloween event, I had our assistant create 5 smart plans that are all about the Halloween event, and we are sending those out. So it's really, really, really easy. This one here takes very little time once you learn the system and once you set it up. And if you aren't using Command, you can also set something up. Most CRMs do have a way to email your entire database or filter by groups so that you can hit specific groups.
That's great. How does it do that? Exactly. You said that it sends out to our contacts with their area. Oh, I guess it would have with their addresses on. Wait.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I'm writing this down.
I'm thinking about coding and all this other stuff in my head, and I'm like, oh, okay, I see what they're doing.
Yeah. So
realm.
it's all about the tags.
Yeah.
Once you put them in there, you want to tag them. So like we have our buyer tags, our renters tags, our wherever we met them at an open house. So they're going to be a buyer, so that when we're sending something out, we can look at those tags specifically.
Nice.
So anything you can think of, you'll want to create a tag for that.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Lisa,
They
what
have
is that
kids is a big one. Is a
What?
big tag. I said if they have kids is a big tag because a lot of our events at the market center are family friendly.
Mhm. Yeah. What about Lisa, this one?
2 touches events, get-togethers and parties. That's my jam.
That's your jam. Okay.
Can I do
Tell me
26
about
of those and do emails?
You can do as many as you want.
Right,
And our office does them for you.
right, which is partially why I'm with KW, because I love that. And to me, like, that's just so easy to talk to somebody. Hey, come do the trunk or treat that we're doing. It's not just here's a spammy email. Not that it's spammy, because it is valuable information for them, but so many people won't even open the email. But yeah, they might come get some free candy with their kids. So to me, that's a big way that I built my business. So I like to do a lot of get-togethers. I like to do a lot of like face-to-face, let me buy you a coffee kind of a thing. It doesn't have to be like a big giant event, but I love that.
So we have 2 more events coming up. We've got the trick or treat, and then we also have cookies with Santa on December, I think, 10th.
Mhm.
And those are great opportunities to call everybody you know. Oh, and by the way, as you can say either my real estate team, my real estate office, whatever you want to say, just I would bring up real estate, because if you're getting into the business and not everyone knows you're a realtor, you want to bring it up in the conversation somehow. So, and invite them. I started handling events differently. It took me a while. It was like 5 years ago that I started doing it a little bit different. And now every event that we have that I follow my system, I get at least one piece of business for. And it was actually one, Nikki, you had printed me up a list. And before, I used to have my own drunk monkey in my head, which you'll hear a lot because it's a bold thing, where I would think, well, this person, her kids are out of town right now. This person doesn't have kids. This person, I'm not going to invite them to our Easter event. Well, Nikki printed me out a list, and I'm like, I'm calling this list and I'm inviting everybody. And I called someone, and I happened to know, and I felt very uncomfortable calling them, because I happened to know that their kids were in college. They did not want to go to an Easter egg event, yet I called to invite them. And, while I know your kids might be a little bit older, I thought just in case you had any littles you'd like to bring. And she said, no, we really don't. But I do need to talk to you because we're thinking about moving. I went, okay, I need to call everybody all the time, not just the people that I think are going to want to come, which is what I started doing. But our office does do that for you. And it's actually not KW. It's just our office specific. I don't know if you do that, but there's something that the ALC voted on years ago. I don't even remember when, that they do events. So, and the nice thing is, like our pool party that we had, everyone that was there, I might have had 50 people there. There was hundreds of people there. My clients figured everyone was there for me. Ricky's clients thought everyone was there for him. Every single person, we would have people with 1 or 2 clients there, and those people thought those hundreds of people were there for them. So that's cool. I think that's pretty cool that our office does that. All right, moving on. What about, let's see, Nikki, what about this one?
The 4 touches, what's that say? Professional. I have it in a weird view. Hold on.
Well, and it doesn't help that the print's really small. So promotional direct mail.
Oh, okay. Magnets, calendar, market report, etc. So I do these in a newsletter. I also, so we don't normally mail a newsletter unless like something big happened, or we're also trying to promote one of our events, like the Halloween event or the trick or treat. But you can do like the boomerangs that come. Adrian, I know you use those because I received one, or I guess Rick receives one because he's on the list. The football magnets, now those can be more on the expensive side if you use like a magnet versus like the little calendars.
I want to do those.
So US Magnets or USA Magnets is who I know Adrian uses. They, like I said, they are on the more expensive side, but it's different than a than an actual postcard that has it. Like it's in the
Yeah.
shape of a baseball or it's in the shape of a football and it sticks directly to your refrigerator now
Oh, I like that.
instead of just something I have to pin up on my wall.
Mhm.
So it's unique in that way. And I can tell you that when clients have received those and then they don't receive those, they will let you know about it.
Oh, yes,
Really?
they will.
Yeah.
They
I
will,
wanna do 'em for
they
the
will say, why
Broncos."
didn't I get a magnet this year?
Mhm.
Calendars, you can create your own calendar. We go through Staples for our calendar. It's like $10 a calendar. We don't direct mail those though. Those are a door knock. Or when they come to the event, here's your calendar for the next year. And we mark off in our calendar, hey, look out for our save the date for our trick or treat event, for our Cookies with Santa event. So it's also on their calendar instead of just their email, just their every other thing. Because when you have an event or anything like that, those 36 touches can be the phone call, the text, the Facebook, for one event. So it's basically just staying in people's inbox, Facebook, without, drowning them, but having valuable information. I do a market report in the newsletter that we do. I track the numbers for the previous week, but I'm also tracking the numbers every single week. So I can see the trends of what's going on in the market.
Mhm.
And it's bouncy.
And one thing that Nikki said is, because some of those things are more expensive, we want you guys to be in the business long-term. So if you're spending money that you don't have, that's something that you don't necessarily need to be doing right now. Or maybe you create some flyers that you can hand out when they come to you, or you can door knock, like she was saying, she goes around and door knocks or have them come to her. Versus, I know when we send out our magnets, the hockey magnets came to just about $600 for that. So that may be something that is done, later, unless you have the funds to do it now. But you don't need money now in order to advertise. So I just want to make sure that that's not the message that you think this means right here, is because even though this is the suggestion, you don't have to do that yet. Zach, how many people do you suppose are in your database right now?
I have 431.
Ooh, 431. Okay. So
Wow, good job.
that's awesome. So if you did the 36 touches a year, how many touches would that be?
If I did 36 touches a year per each client,
Mhm.
it's a good thing I got my phone in front of me. 15,516 contact touches.
Right. So that's incredible, right? That's a lot of touches, and most of them can be automatic. So do
Yeah.
you feel like your clients will remember you if you're touching them 15,516 times?
Oh, absolutely. But humbly speaking, I'm just a loud, rambunctious person with this like crazy smile. So I feel like the second I start talking, they'll just remember who I am anyway.
Well, you are very memorable. Yes. All of you
Thank
are.
you.
All of you are. And that's all in a good way, by the way. But you all are. So okay. So for the next, let's say. Okay, so for the next 10 minutes, why don't you write down your 36 touch plan. And if there's certain things that you're not sure about, it's okay to just mark down, I'm going to print up information, or I'm going to plan and get together. But any specifics you have, would be very valuable. So let's take 10 minutes, if you guys want to work on your own and just kind of create your own 36 touch plan. And then you'll have something to go off of. Any questions?
I have one for you. It doesn't necessarily deal with the 36 touch plan. Actually, I don't think it deals with any of it. Do you mind if I ask you really quick?
Sure.
How would you go about a conversation with somebody that's interested in talking with you about a commercial property, especially as a new agent? I feel like I was just thrown into fire, and it's a little chaotic to me.
Okay, so that would depend on what you intend to do. Like, are you interested in doing commercial?
Oh, I would absolutely, honestly, I want to dip my hands in everything, but I do realize it will take time, and I originally want to start in residential, but absolutely multifamily for sure.
Okay, so the conversation's very similar as far as diving into it, right? Asking them what their intentions are, asking them what they plan to do. So if it's commercial, it's going to be some sort of business.
Restaurant,
And just,
yeah,
right, just diving into what that looks like and more talk about the dreams, right?
okay,
So let me do some research for you and get back to you, is usually the conversation that I would have on something that I'm unclear on. For me, it would be calling my commercial referral partner and saying, here, call this person, because I want nothing to do with it. For
Okay.
you, what I would say is, let's get you in touch with the commercial person, where they can teach you, and you guys can split the commission. They can mentor you, and you could do something like that. That's usually what I suggest for anyone on my team that's interested in commercial. Is, okay, well, I'll get you in touch with, I know these commercial people, so I can get you some information on commercial afterwards too.
That would be wonderful. Thank you so much.
Of course. And so for the 36 touch, I know you mentioned that so that's really just these items here, and then putting your own spin on it. Okay, so I'm gonna let you guys do that, and then I'm gonna come back in now, let's say 8 minutes, and we'll talk about our touch plans.
Adrian, and this is, I just want to make sure I have it right. This is annual, right? So I'm
Correct.
going to call Susie 4 times a year.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
if you're done, just raise your hand so I can see how. Okay. Okay, so, all right, so who wants to share their plan for the year?
Are you ever really
go.
done? This is an evolving thing, right?
That is true. Very good point.
So, I'll go. My 4 calls, I wrote down 4 questions. And again, I'm the events girl. So when I kind of get to the recreation part, use that as a segue to talk about whatever the next upcoming event that I have is. For my 26 email touches, I broke it down 13 and 13. I'm going to do 13 monthly emails with neighborhood updates, like a market update, do that monthly. And then also 13 monthly emails of value. So like I did one for Happy Fall. That was just like a happy fall, it's time to change your smoke detector batteries, or, when it's spring forward, hey, don't forget to set clocks forward, something like that, just kind of a little kitschy, or it could be a recipe, my grandma's pumpkin pie recipe or something like that. And then for my 2 KW or my 2 events, obviously I'll use the KW events. And I wrote down Eventbrite. I like to use the Eventbrite so that I can capture information for them if they're coming, kind of make it like, hey, but you got to RSVP. So I can capture their info. And then for my direct mail, I am one of those right now that's not going to spend $600 a month on flyers. So I'm going to do that by personal cards. Like I kind of broke it up, 2 personal cards and then 2 flyers that I can just make on my computer with invites or information to the events. Again, utilizing the KW events or whatever events I come up with. Like I'm going to do a chili cook-off next month, that sort of thing. So.
Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing. And
I hope that's what we were supposed to do.
yes, that's absolutely what we were supposed to do. And to Nick's point, it's never really done. And exercises like this are meant to get you starting to think about what your plan is, not that your plan can't change. But just having a plan to begin with is really your first step in creating action. So one tip that I wanted to share is with the events, we usually will text, email, and then we'll mail a card, an invitation. If we're missing a piece of information from somebody, that's what I use. So if it is an address, then I'm still going to email them the invite, but I'll say, hey, we have this Halloween party coming up and I noticed I didn't have your address. Could you please provide that so I can mail you an invitation? So it's kind of a soft way to get somebody to provide some additional information, even though you're still going to send the Eventbrite. You can let them know that, and you'll want to mail them an invitation if you call them with that. Otherwise, they'll be like, what is she doing? But that's just one thing that we use, is more of a soft touch to get some additional information for your database. And then Nick, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I was just having the realization as I was trying to fill this out. You touched very briefly on the tags that you can create specifically in Command, but there's an awareness to me, because I also, like Lisa, am thinking about doing a lot more events because I'm a pillar in my community. I'm a person that stuff happens around. So if I throw a little party or host a brunch or a dinner or something, I think a lot of people will want to turn out. So for me, it's turned into this, you have 26 touches or 2 touches or 4 touches. They're not going to necessarily be across the board touches, right? Like you're not going to send, hey, let's have I don't know, if you're going to host a movie night or something, are you hosting a movie night for a bunch of kids, or are you doing a horror movie for your adult friends or something, right? Or whatever it might be. So I feel like to expand on this assignment or this practice, this exercise that we're going through. One of the things I kept doing, because like on my 26 email touches, I'm writing down, things like seasonal awareness info is what I wrote. That would touch on what Lisa called like changing your batteries in the smoke detector, cleaning your gutters, winterizing your hoses, things like that. There's the seasonal awareness information, because I'll tell you, it is hard for every adult to function at 100% in today's society. There's so much stimulation. There's so much shit we're all supposed to remember. And truthfully, sometimes I need a reminder like, hey, did you unscrew your hose and make sure there's no water? Did you turn off the water inside? Whatever it might be. So I think that's a great opportunity to just kind of have everyone's back. You can send that one out to anybody who's a homeowner or a renter, but then you're also going to have tags in your database. Hey, this is someone who's a homeowner. The information I send them might vary in this round of emails from the information I'm sending out to the renters or to the parents or to the dog people or the cat people or your sports fan friends or whatever it might be. So I think you could curtail this same type of list for each of your tag groups. And you could have almost like a drop-down file. That's how I perceive files being stored in computers, is like drop-down menus. So you can almost have like, hey, this is the kind of stuff I send out to everybody who loves the Broncos or whatever it is, because like, I don't care about football. You send me some Broncos shit, it's going right in the garbage. I give zero care about football at all. I'm not even going to look at it. But if I know that about you, that you're a serious Broncos fan, as your realtor, I might try to educate myself on some Broncos stuff so that I have a warmer connection point with you. Because if your house is orange and your car is blue and every outfit you wear during Broncos season is hunter orange, like I got to know this is how I'm going to get into this person's heart, and maybe it's some kind of Broncos themed appetizer to serve at a football party you're hosting at your house or whatever it is, But yeah, I think I think it's relative to understand as you work through this exercise. I think there's some value in creating, whether it's your mailers or your emails, something that can really touch on the tags. I keep obsessing over these tags because I feel like it's a really great way to sort your contacts for relative information, right? Like you don't want to send somebody who's dealing with kids in elementary school necessarily the same information you want to send that 25-year-old that because they go out to all the parties or whatever it is. It feels like there's definitely an opportunity to fine-tune your marketing. As I mentioned earlier, it doesn't feel like this is ever done. You're constantly going to be looking for ways to connect. People are so different. I mean, everybody in this chat right here, we all have one similarity is we're trying to learn about real estate. We may have nothing else in common, or maybe we do, like Lisa just sent me a friend request and I saw on her Facebook wall, oh, she was just at a concert at Red Rocks. Guess what? I love going to Red Rocks. I can ride my bike there from my house and I go to as many concerts as I can, so there's a connection point for Lisa and I that was just a small observation off of something like one of her most recent posts on her Facebook wall. Because of course I stalked you real quick, right? I mean, you sent me a friend request. I'm like, hey, who's this chick? Let me check her out, So in any case, I feel like there's a lot of opportunities to kind of fine tune whatever it is that you're shooting for your people, Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, no,
That's,
absolutely. That is absolutely true. So we're going to skip a couple of slides. Let's go to our success system. Just because I want to make sure that I am being respectful of your time. And I'm trying to remember, I think this class ends at, is it 12 or 1? No, we'll look up.
12.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to speed this up. So, so our success system. There we go. So, where's the slide? I wrote my own notes, guys. I'm sorry. I actually had something completely different planned. I had no idea we used slides. You can tell I haven't taught an Ignite class in like 8 years. Basically what I wrote down was a little bit different, but was based on that last slide. A success system consists of 20 minutes of role play, And that's gonna be with a partner. Do you guys have script practice partners in Ignite?
No, I haven't done this yet.
Okay, this is your first class?
No, I mean, I've been in the class. I just haven't done the role plays with a partner yet.
Okay. So what I would recommend is getting together with the other Ignite students and finding a script practice partner.
Yeah.
And you hear script practice, and I know Zach, you and I touched on this like really briefly during our Zoom meeting. Some people hear script practice and go, oh my gosh, no, I'm not going to be scripted, right? So then it's objective handling. So however you do it, it is good to hear some of the objections, so that it will then come naturally to you when to insert those, objection handling techniques that you learn with your partners. And that way you're not practicing on your clients. If you're practicing. So for instance, when I'm doing my call time with my team, other than what command tells me to do, it is, who am I calling today? Well, today I'm calling people to invite them to our home buying happy hour. So I'm going to practice that with somebody, and just kind of go through it just so that the first one is out. And then you kind of get all your nerves out and the objections, because you will hear objections on some of the calls you make. And that just helps you. Even agents that have been doing this for 30 plus years will still script practice every day.
Yeah, that was my biggest, I think, worry, was that I was going to get on a call with somebody. It's not like I can't talk, because I can talk, but I was going to get on a call with somebody and I don't want to sound like a fresh fish. I want to be able to at least feel like I have some type of education. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Melissa, do you ever go to the 8:30 script calls?
No, but I need to. Yeah, I need to do that. I was gonna ask somebody, I think Gabby too. I asked her, but I hadn't seen her in the office, and I was like, "Girl, get in here so I can script with you." And she was like, "Okay."
They're really helpful, because it's not just like agents out of like the Park Meadows office or even Colorado. There's agents from all over the US that are in that call, and it's always the same instructor. But I mean, I don't go every day to them, but I think they're super helpful because they dive right into, like, you're given 3 different door knocking neighborhood sheets, and everyone comes from different, lifestyles and business ideas. So everybody has a different way of going about their script. So I think it's just super helpful, a few times a week or whatever.
Okay, yeah, no,
If
that's
you
great.
have that information, could you put it in the chat box for everyone to see? And if
Yeah,
or where
I'll
to
put the
find
website
it,
in there. Yep,
yeah, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
sure.
And then of course, they always recommend that you prepare your call list. So that can be, I prefer the day before. If you're calling in the morning, you can do it the day of. And a lot of realtors like myself chase squirrels. And so in order to not chase those squirrels and get off topic, if you have your call list prepared and in front of you, you're more likely to call those people. And then of course, we want our 45 minutes of real play, which is actually calling those people after you've had your script practice and you have your call list prepared. And then at the end, you want to spend about 30 minutes updating your database with all of the information that you've gathered. Some people will update it right then and there, and you. So if you are the type of person that has to have all your screens off and a list in front of you to stay focused, do that. I know a lot of us can jump down those rabbit holes where we have our screen on because we're updating whatever CRM we're using. And then all of a sudden we'll get a Facebook notification, and then a Marco Polo notification, and then our text rings. And then all of a sudden you're answering all these things. And it's like, oh, my call time's over. How many calls did you make? Oh, 3. Well, maybe your call time isn't over then. So those are, of course, the recommendations. And of course, I have to put this up. Our attorney makes us put this up every time. Make sure that you are not calling people on the do not call list. So if you are calling expireds for sale, well, expireds or circle prospecting or anybody like that, make sure that they're not on the do not call list. I started saying for sale by owners, and yet they're advertising their home for sale. So they're essentially giving you permission to call them. So we talked a little bit about classifying people. Let me see if this is in this. I'm sorry, I'm skipping forward a little bit because I want to make sure that we get everything done. Okay, that's in the next section. All right, so before we go to the next section where we talk about classifying people and pre-qualifying them, do you have any questions to this point that we haven't already gone through?
This shouldn't take a long question. This shouldn't be difficult, well, for everybody else, but I guess, where do I find the do not call list? Is that a stupid question?
So it is not a stupid question. And so we pay for a service that scrubs it for us. So I'm gonna get back to you on that.
Okay,
Because honestly, Melissa, I have no idea. We pay for a service. You can, if you're Vulcan, Land Voice, some of those. And again, this is services that you have to pay for. So it might not be something that you want to do right now. And maybe you do. That's 100% your choice.
okay,
They'll scrub it for you and they'll add who's on the do not call list right there on the list. So it'll just say do not call on there.
okay.
But if you're trying to scrub it yourself, that's a really great question. Does anyone know the answer to that question?
So can
No, I've always had my title company do it.
Okay, phew. I was like, I am feeling a little dumb right now, but where do you get that?
Well, and the Land Voice, so we use Land Voice if I'm trying to farm a neighborhood or something, or do like the Golden Letters is a good one. So it's like $5. And they send you a list of the vicinity you want, and it has the do not call on there. It'll also tell you if it's rented or owned, like, or if it's owner occupied, I guess, so that you know if there's a tenant in there. So that way, if you're trying to go after renters, you can turn them into a buyer.
Right, okay, cool. Thank you. You're so knowledgeable, Nikki.
I have great support system,
That's great.
and I know a lot of this because I have been an assistant for so long, so I know how to do it. It's now implementing it because I'm just now rolling into the role of realtor. Like, I'm currently on my first deal. So
Awesome, congratulations.
I know how to do it. I just haven't done it yet. So
Yeah.
Yeah, Nikki's been with the office. How long? 5 years now?
since 2018, and then COVID struck, so that was a year off, and then, or was it 19?
I think it was 18. I
Was
was
it
thinking
18?
17 or 18.
Then it was 18.
Yeah.
So, something like that. But, and then Angela Thompson, my sister, works in the office, and she's been there she was the productivity coach for years. So she actually gave me my mock interview when I first was hired and started working. So yeah, it's
Nice.
a big tight niche family.
Yeah. So we're gonna go on to the next section. We can do one of two things. We can either take a break real quick before we get into the next section. We can start and have our break at 11, or we can just power through it and then try and finish early. What would you prefer?
Let's just keep on trucking.
Keep on trucking. Okay. And then one quick kind of plug, but speaking of productivity coaches, who has signed up for the productivity coaching program that just launched with Gwen and Ricky? Everybody.
I haven't turned in my papers yet because I got a couple questions, but I'm planning on it.
Okay.
I got a lot. So I will, because I think Zach and Lisa and Melissa anyways were not around when I was a part of the coaching program at the tail end of last year into about March of this year. And then it kind of fizzled out right around then. There was a transition happening, and it took until now for the new program to get launched, but I'm excited about it because I don't know how many similarities there will be between the way the different coaches run the programs, but I found it to be, I was almost like addicted to it. I just wanted to get into that next coaching Zoom meeting so we could all have these kind of conversations. So, because it's
Yeah.
really, it's like somebody asks a question, like I wrote down Eventbrite because I'm going to definitely be doing a lot of events, but thank you, Lisa, because I hadn't even thought about utilizing Eventbrite. And it's just little things like that that we can all expand on from each other's perspectives, right? Like I said to Nikki yesterday in the classroom, I had this mindset like there's no freaking way I would ever join a team because it doesn't fit my mindset. But one of my big hangups, Nikki was like, oh, that's not how we do it on our team. So she opened my awareness to that there's multiple ways. I thought I understood teams because I talked to somebody about their team, but it's not necessarily the same on every team, right? So Nikki and Ricky's team would be way more conducive with something that I would think about being on or running a team more like that than the way that someone else explained their team to me, So I think there's a lot of value that comes from the coaching. A lot of people get hung up on the percentages and stuff like that. I don't think it's the right perspective because giving up 10% of a way bigger number than you would have generated without your coaches is way better than giving up no percent of no money, because no matter how you cut it, 0% of a huge dollar amount is still 0% compared to 10%, I don't know. Anyways, Ricky really helped me a lot get my first 2 deals closed. And I can't express enough how much value I feel like is there from the coaching program.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love that you're all enrolled in the coaching program because I will tell you, I have been through a lot of different coaching programs in our office just because I've been there for so long. And I am most excited about this one. I personally know Gwen and Ricky, and I would coach with them. Like, they're amazing. So you guys came in at the exact right time, and you're all going to be superstars because of it. I have no doubt. So anyways, just a little plug, but I just wanted to, and of course that's from my own, like, I would like everyone in our office to be successful, and I know that they are going to be amazing coaches. So, all right, so going into qualifying potential buyers and sellers. So first we have to find who's motivated, and classify them. So, how do we find the motivated? So there was hold on, we're going to skip a couple. We have some slides on how buyers found their agents and how sellers found their agents. And
That's good info.
yeah, an amazing amount of people found their agents from friends, relatives, or neighbors.
Yeah.
Now that doesn't mean that these other options aren't working, but what are you, I mean, what is your aha from this slide?
Adrian,
That's
for
where I want to
me,
put my effort.
What was that?
someone was talking, so I stopped.
Oh,
Someone said that's where I want to put my effort, and I want to hear more on that.
yep. Okay. So with the events and with reaching out to your database, that is a big percentage of where people found their agents. And I know, Nick, you were referred to your agent, though she didn't do as good of a job as you had wanted her to do. You were referred to her by someone that you knew. So sellers, a little less, but very similar percentage. Sellers are a little different because most of them have used an agent in the past, whereas a lot of first-time home buyers are just lost and they don't know what to do, so they ask around. All right, so
With the referral, Adrian, I think it's cool, like how our office, like I love the events that our office does. And I know so many other market centers that are envious of our office and how we do what we do. But with that, like when we do our invitations, like that goes out to every single client. Invite your friends and your neighbors, because you might not have kids and you might not be interested, but your sister has 3 young ones running around, and now you're dipping into your sphere.
Mhm.
And that's where those referrals and recommendations, and now they're a contact for you, and you can work on establishing those relationships firsthand.
Right. Yep. So we know where they're coming from. And that is a great idea, Nikki. So then we just have to classify them so that we know what sort of time we need to put into them. Though we did learn on the last section that we do need to stay in touch with our clients, 36 times a year, which is over 15,000 for Zach this year. And I'm sure we're all probably in a similar boat. So then how do we determine who's able, willing, and ready? So what does that mean to you? And why do you feel like you usually hear ready, willing, and able? And the way that this chart is written, able is actually first. Why do you suppose able is first?
People are more ready than they think they are. Many people are more ready.
Able could mean qualified, essentially.
Qualified and having the finances to purchase. Would you agree that unlike a lot of things, everybody needs a place to live?
Yes.
So educating people on the importance of home ownership, usually if you can get in front of them, is something that is doable. Would you agree? So a lot of times the able is what holds them back. And it doesn't necessarily mean that they're not going to purchase from you. It's just understanding what's holding them back, so that you can put them on the right path. So for instance, Nick's client that's going to be purchasing next year because they have to readjust their taxes in the way that they claim their income so that they can actually buy a property. What does ready mean to you? Let's see, who hasn't said anything in a while? Melissa.
Oh, I said something. No, I'm just kidding. Is ready. I'm kidding. Is ready. Like I'm ready to go. Green light. I've been qualified. Let's do this. Is that what ready is?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
So they're able and motivated.
Okay.
So they can do it, right? So we have the able because we need people to be right. We want people to be right here, of course. And of course, we can't control that. They're going to be in all different stages.
Okay.
So they're able to qualify now and they're ready to move. Like, I cannot stand my landlord, get me the heck out of here. I'm ready.
Oh, okay. So I get it. So they have the opportunity and it's like they're able to do it at this point, and then at ready, they're ready to go.
And then what about willing? Is it possible to have someone that's able and ready, but not willing?
I'm not willing to move my children's school mid-year.
That makes sense.
So
I'm
then-
not willing to sell my house in this market. I want $100,000 over asking price. I'm having a lot of that right now.
Oh, good luck with that.
They have lots of reasons to sell. They're driving from, one side of town to the other.
Okay, so
Sell your
what?
house and go move.
Okay, so you have a seller that is not willing to sell because they want $100,000 more for their house.
Over, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's out of the market that we just came out of. That's what they want.
And they're planning on buying with you.
Yes, they would sell and buy. I have
And-
several friends right now in this.
What will that, so think of one, what will that do for them if they could buy with you today?
Oh, it's like all about the pain and pleasure points, right? Like it's hurting them that they're spending so much time commuting, or, that their kids are missing out on events because they are in Elizabeth and everything that they do is in Littleton.
Okay.
So I have tried till I'm blue in the face to show them the value in
So they have
So,
to
but-
see it. They have to see the value. So how
Right.
much time are they commuting each day?
Oh, I don't know. Well, I mean, I know that her kids go to school in Littleton and she lives in Elizabeth, the one that I'm thinking of.
Wow.
So I think she said it's about 45 minutes each direction.
And she does that how many times a week?
10, right? Drop off, pick up each day.
Okay. Times 5. So 450 divided by 60. So she's spending 7.5 hours in the car every week.
I believe it. Yeah. That sounds
What would
right.
you do with that 7.5 hours?
Right. She could pick up another shift at work and make some money.
Right. So if she's going to wait until her house is worth $100,000 more than it is today, what do you think is going to be the value of the house she buys?
Right. It will also be $100,000 more
Those,
than it would be
so-
right now.
so those are some of the questions I would ask her.
Yep. And we've had all these conversations. We have had all of these conversations, and it's just, and that's okay. Like, I'm not going to come off with desperate breath. Like, okay, girl, well, here's the information. And when the time is ready, let's sit down and talk.
Right. And that's, and that is, everybody is a little bit different, and I'm a little bit like that too. And a
She
lot
is
of times I will start my conversations with, honestly, I don't care whether you sell today or 5 years from now, because I would love to help you whenever that time is. But I'm
Yep.
just curious, once your home is worth 600,000, because right now I gave you a CMA at 5, right? What do you suppose the replacement home is going to be worth?
Yep.
Right, so just kind of getting them to think about it.
Yep.
Without, because maybe the time is now and maybe it's not. But for what you're telling me, I think it is, right? Like, so getting her to understand that, because if it's about the replacement home with Nikki's, I wouldn't touch that. Right? Like, you're not moving till your kids halfway through the school year. Okay.
Got it. Right.
Got it. Like, that's not something where I feel like I could educate you or would want to, because that would be overstepping into what she wants for her own kiddo.
Yeah.
So, all right, great examples. I love the participation of this group. You guys are awesome. Okay, so once you figure out where they stand, these are some suggestions on how to classify a buyer or seller. So, and this could be in the form of a tag. In this example, it's an opportunity. Opportunities is something that I have not used. So it's not something I can probably teach on very well. And yet I do something very similar with my tags. So you might handle somebody that's different, that's an A person versus a C person. Would you agree? So then it's figuring out who they are and qualifying. So skipping ahead, let's go to figuring out how to qualify a buyer. So this is going to be in the resources so that you can print out these sheets. And this is not exactly what I say, and I don't necessarily use this specific sheet, but for the purpose of this class, we'll kind of go through it like this. And then I would suggest using this and then making it your own. So let me go to, okay. So who would like to role play?
I would like,
will.
but I am just way too fresh and you'd laugh.
I'll do it, Adrian.
Okay. All right. So, so you're a buyer. And so we're just gonna kind of go through to figure out where you are in the process. And you're gonna have to bear with me because I'm using a sheet that I normally don't use. Okay. Okay, so Lisa, I'm excited to help you find your new home. I'd like to start with some questions to make sure I can give you the best service possible. What's the best email and phone number to reach you?
Blah, 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 blah.
Okay, so blah, 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 blah. Is that correct?
That's it.
Okay, great. And what time is the best time to contact you?
Usually between like noon and 4.
Noon and 4? Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, you can pretty much text me at any point throughout, like 9 to 9 p. I respond by
Okay.
text.
Okay, so do you prefer text, email, or calls?
Probably emails until like once we get like under contract or on something, I would want you to call me.
To call. Okay, and then email. Okay, perfect. Is there somebody else that's going to be purchasing the home with you?
Yes, my husband. His
Your
name is
husband? And what
Kellen.
is his name?
Kellen.
Kellen? Okay. What is his contact information?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Perfect. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that correct?
That's it.
Perfect. All right. So let me ask you, has an agent taken you out and shown you any properties?
Nope, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Great. And who will be living in your home with you?
My husband and I and our 2 kids.
And what are their ages?
My son is turning 2 next week, and his name is Brooks. And my daughter is 4. Her name is Emerson.
Emerson and Brooks. I love that. And so
you.
will they each need their own bedroom?
Yes.
Anybody else living in the home other than you, your husband, and your 2 children?
Nope.
Do you have any pets?
Nope.
Okay. How long have you been looking for a home?
Well, I mean, we've kind of been like window shopping over, the last 6 months, but everything was kind of crazy. We didn't really get serious about it until I would say like the last month or so.
Okay. And what has changed in the last month?
My husband got a new job. He got a new job, but a second job. So now that we have a little bit more income, we're ready to, take the dive.
Okay. Where is he working?
He works from home. He's a project analyst for an IT company.
Oh, nice. And does he need to go into the office every so often, or is he exclusively at home?
Exclusively remote.
And then are you currently renting or do you own a property?
We are renting.
You're renting. Okay. When is your lease up?
In 3 months, at the end of the year.
At the end of the year? Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Sorry, I'm trying to think of something creative here.
And have you already talked to a lender?
Yes.
Yes. And are you pre-approved?
Yes.
Okay. What are you pre-approved for?
I think he said like 700. It was a while ago though. I might have to look back at it.
Okay.
We talked to one, when we first kind of started looking about 6 months ago.
Okay. So you talked to him about 6 months ago. Okay. And are you happy with the current lender that you have?
I mean, I think so. I would be open to somebody else. I mean, I don't really know this guy. I just kind of found him on Google.
Okay. You're likely going to have to update your information since it has been 6 months.
Okay.
And so we'll probably need to start going through that process again. And if at any point you would like additional lender recommendations, I have some fantastic lenders I work with as well.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Did you talk with your lender at all about the down payment that would be required?
No.
No. Okay. How much do you have saved for down payment, if you don't mind me asking?
I think we'd be comfortable with about like $20,000 to $30,000.
20 to 30,000. Okay.
Yeah.
And is anyone else other than your husband going to be involved in your home buying decision?
No.
So what would you say on a scale of 1 to 10? 10 meaning that you need to move as quickly as possible, and 1 meaning that you're not sure you really want anything. How would you rate yourself right now?
A 5.
A 5? And what would that, what would it take for you to become a 10?
I mean, I just think it would have to be like everything would have to line up, like, you know, the right house at the right price, at the right rate, with the right down payment. You know, if we can make all of that work, then yeah, we'll buy. But we can stay renting. We do have the option to keep renting if we want to and stay where we're at.
Okay. And since your lease is up at the end of the year, when would you like to be in your home?
When the lease is up, yeah. So, you know, try to line those dates up as close as possible.
Okay. So I'd love to help you purchase your next home. In order to help you find the perfect home, we need to, and I'm not going to say set an appointment with you, Lisa. So we need to get together and just go through some of the options so that you're prepared when the time comes. Are you available Saturday at 2, or would Monday at 5 work better?
Let's do Saturday.
Okay. So this is different than what I usually do, but what did you hear? What did you like, and what would you change? First of all, Lisa, how did you feel about it since you were practicing with me?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it was a very smooth, easy conversation. Like, you knew where you were going with it. I didn't feel like pressured at all.
Okay.
I think the key there is how good Adrian guided you.
Yeah, exactly.
So then
Yeah,
that comes
that's-
from, what did you say, 2011? Is that when you said you started? So that comes from what, 11 years of practicing that stuff?
No, that comes from this sheet that she was reading line by line. off of.
I read line by line. So here's the thing. This is not my sheet. And I thought about, when I was getting everything ready yesterday, I thought about using my own. And then I chose not to, because here's the thing. It's when you're reading something off a piece of paper, it's uncomfortable because you feel like, am I coming across okay? And yet the one that I have, I've been doing so long that I'm not uncomfortable. So I wanted to be uncomfortable, like I know you're going to be when you make these calls, and see what you thought, you know, your honest response. The one thing I did change is repeating some of the things so that she knew I was listening. Because one of the questions on here is, where was it? Is anyone else involved in your home buying decision? I already asked her that. So if I ask her again, she's gonna be like, lady, you need to listen. So that's why I said, other than your husband, is there anyone else involved? Because there's nothing more frustrating than someone that's not actually listening to your answers.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just read off a sheet. You need 0 experience for that conversation.
Well,
But-
and
but
also
you
I
came
think it
off.
makes, well, and I think it makes you look prepared too. Like, this is what I use for everyone. So I make sure that I don't need to call you 3 different times to be like, oh, I forgot to ask you what your schedule looks like. So it makes you look more professional, I think, too.
And I think too, when you get nervous, that is when you forget to ask things. But if you have to go kind of almost line by line, then you don't forget. You just ask it. And a lot of what I ask up front, mine is a little different because while my team is in Colorado and all of my buyer appointments are set with them, I ask a lot more questions that they would normally ask during the buyer presentation as pre-qualifying. But remember, you're just trying to get in front of them. All you want to do is get in front of them.
Can I say something that I just noticed, Adrian?
Yeah.
Time to pick on the teacher a little bit here.
Yeah.
I just noticed that you didn't ask, I'm curious, why are you moving? And I think that that's really big. I think finding out our buyers and sellers' big why is like pivotal because it's going to help us stop selling and start solving, like figure out what the problem is and how can we solve that problem.
Yes, and so you are absolutely right. And that was actually done on purpose. When I asked how long have you been looking for a home? And you told me, and I said, well, what's changed in the last month? And you said, well, my husband got a new job, and so now we can afford it. And so to me, that already answered that question. And you're right, I could have dove into that a little bit deeper.
Gotcha.
Is there any other reason that you're not moving? Or any other reason that you chose to move other than your husband's new job? So
That
that
makes
would have been
sense.
a good one to dive deep into. So good catch.
That was fun.
And
Thank you.
Adrian, are you willing to share your presentation too, just so we can get a different view and feel for what other agents ask?
Yeah, and mine is, if you guys want to put your emails in the chat box, I can absolutely do that. Mine is more, this is to try to get the appointment. Mine is more in the appointment, asking the questions as well. So it's usually 3 deep as far as the location. Is there anything else you're looking for? And trying to get everything out at once, which can be a little bit overwhelming. So it kind of depends on what you're going for. Are you kind of going for everything at once? Like, let's say, if you're calling somebody that came to an open house, you might want to use this. But if your best friend's sister just called and said, hey, I'm thinking about buying a house, you're like, great, let's meet for coffee. You did none of this. So then you would use more of like mine, which is you're kind of combining them both into one, which is a lot of what I do. So, yep, absolutely.
Would you say this is more for like a warm lead? Yours is more for like a hot lead kind of a thing?
Yeah, mine is for typically I'm nurturing for a while. So by the time I set an appointment with you, I kind of already know a little bit about your background, keeping in mind that I'm not actually doing open houses. This is all changing, guys. I'm getting licensed in Washington at the end of the month. I decided not to initially because I did, and then COVID hit, and so I wasn't doing anything. So I'm getting licensed out here, and I'm going to be back to where you are, doing open houses, door knocking, all the things. So mine's going to be changing too, but where my role is on the team is I'm talking to people all the time. And by the time we actually sit down for this appointment, I know most of the questions or most of the answers to the questions. And I just go through them and say, okay, well, when we talked back in September, you mentioned that your lease is ending. Is that still the case? Or you mentioned that you wanted to wait until your daughter graduated. And so I'm just curious, and she's graduating this year, if you've given any thought about where you'd like to move. Or so that's typically how those conversations start out. And then it goes into more the qualifying. Any other questions or things that you feel like I should have asked, or ahas that we need to talk about before we go on?
Unrelated to this specifically, but do you mind if I reach out to you after or someday in the near future? Because I'm curious about, I'm trying to take a stance like I just moved here to Denver. And so I'm trying to understand what it means to live in a new city and build a real estate business from the ground up without a sphere. Because to me, it's an approach I want to take. I have my sphere and I'm going to do what my sphere has to offer. But I want to understand what it means to be a new agent in a new place, trying to build a new business from the ground up. Because one of the guys that works at DMAR, I live further up in Denver than, it's weird that I'm even a part of this office because it's so far south of me. But one of the
We're
gentlemen
awesome.
who
That's why.
and ultimately that's why I'm there. I interviewed with a lot of different offices and I chose this one for the reasons I chose it for, right? But there's a gentleman in DMAR who teaches some of the classes that you can, like, I think a lot of you guys take classes through Smedra. I take mine through DMAR. But there's one of the guys there who's like, yep, so I'm a realtor. I've lived in 5 cities in the past 12 years, and I've had to start my business over everywhere I go. And everywhere I go, I build a multi-million-dollar business. So like, I'm trying to take this guy out to lunch. Like, what's your secret, dude? You're new to the city. You don't have a sphere here. How are you approaching that? And so it sounds like you've moved to Washington for whatever reason, but you're trying to now build another branch of your business there. Yeah. Cause you built a team here. Why not keep it running? Right.
Mhm. Right. So 2 things with that. I would say the guy that you're talking to, I would call him and I'd be like, my treat, can I buy you lunch and pick your brain? I would 100% do that because it sounds like he has a system that might be better than mine. That being said, absolutely. Anything I know, I will tell you. And if I don't know, I'm going to tell you that too. So, and probably overshare. I can tell you that we had a gal in our office. Her name was Jay-Z. She was there when we first started. She moved from Australia and knew 2 people, and those were her underage kids. So she literally knew nobody, and she was moving from Australia. So way different. And she built her business by doing open houses, and a lot of them. So she would hold open houses a couple times a week, and she became a top agent because she just built her sphere that way. I can tell you what I intend to do, which is a mixture of open houses and farming. Farming a specific area where you're basically door knocking the same group of homes every month with a different item of value, being very present in the community, and being very present within the businesses within the community, and just talking to as many people as I can. So that's my plan. And if this particular agent has something that is systemized to the point where he can move, and within a couple of years, have a sphere and create a business like that, I would say I'm always willing to talk to you, and he's probably better at it. So I would talk to us both.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll reach out after you're going to email us your buyer lead sheet, right? So I'll put you in my database. That way I can
Yes.
find you.
Yes. Yeah, I think you and Lisa, I don't think you're in, we'll need to connect with both of you afterwards, because I think that both of your contact information I did not have. Okay. So then we go into, well, before we do that, actually, let me see if I can figure out these breakout rooms. Because what I would love is, now that you've kind of gone through it and you know all I was doing is reading off a sheet, I would love to be able to have you guys practice together. So hold on. Let me see if I can figure this out. Breakout rooms, I'm sure I can. This kind of goes back to, not all realtors are great at tech.
This is when we all leave the meeting, right?
Yes, and hopefully, okay, guys, if I screw this up, please log back in. So, because we're not done. So I'm going to create 4 breakout rooms. And so we're going to go, let's say 10 minutes so that we can each do it once. And we're going to take turns being the buyer and the agent. So assign 4 automatically. Okay, we're just going to be random. You're just going to be randomly paired with somebody. Okay, let's see, create. Okay. Where is it done that? Okay, so I assigned 2 new rounds, that's why. Sorry, guys. Options, nope. Excel. We're going to try this again. Okay, I much prefer to do this in person. Okay, there's somebody that's not on here.
Hey, Adrian,
Yep.
can you also send us, I don't know if everybody else has access to the PDFs and everything. Does anybody else have access to that buyer presentation?
Yeah, I do.
I'm looking for mine right now and it wants me to register for Ignite again.
Here, I'll post it in the chat.
Thank you.
Puddles, you are fine.
Sorry, my dog.
Wait, actually, Nikki, let me ask you this. Do you mean like the buyer consultation, or do you mean
Yeah, the one that she has right here that we're going to read off to each other for script practice just now.
Yeah, so just a heads up, I had trouble too. The one that Ricky gave out, the buyer consultation, I cannot find at all. But the buyer lead sheet, if you go to like the resource thing, which I could put in here, I can also post the thing. If you just type in buyer lead sheet, there's like three PDFs that pop up, and you can just click each one.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm about to put everyone in a room, I think. Okay. Oh, I think I just put Zach in a room. Okay.
So sorry. Oh,
Okay.
oh no.
Uh-oh,
We're just back in the same spot.
just closed it out on everybody. Oh my gosh. This is awesome.
You've got me
Well-
cracking up.
Let me see. Can I see the chats? Okay, good. I can see the chats. So I'm gonna go invite
Yay.
and then invite everyone back in. Maybe we won't do a breakout room for our summer session here. Oh,
I'm sure they all appreciated it.
oh my gosh. Okay.
That's awesome.
So see you. Oh, people are, there we go.
Hi.
Okay. We got Nick back, so I won't send him a, oh, everyone's coming back.
Yay.
Well,
Okay.
Hey, Lisa, I'm
Alright.
trying to figure out how to share this with you.
Yeah, too little too late, guy.
yeah, we're a little late. Yeah,
Okay, so, did you guys automatically get put back in here or
Yeah.
did you have to log back in?
No, it automatically put us back in.
We can do it for the seller. So I closed all the breakout rooms and then it was just Zach and I. So I am frantically trying to email all of you. I was
Oh,
No, you did well, Adrian.
you did a good job.
all right. So
Oh, I think we're one person down. Are we missing somebody? No.
I think
No, we only had six. I thought we had seven. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Sorry.
No, we're all here. Okay.
I think we're
Right.
good, at least when we created the breakout rooms. That's why I was, sorry, Melissa, I was trying to email you as quickly as I could, but I was Zach's role play partner since we were an even number, well, since you guys are an odd number. So that's why it took just a second. So how did that feel?
Real nice.
warm and fluffy.
Finding the document was a challenge, honestly.
It was.
Nikki was able to pull something up, and so we did the best we could, and I thought it went pretty good. I don't know how you felt about it, Nikki.
Yeah, it was fine. The one I had wasn't the best for the role play situation we did, but yeah.
Did you guys get it? I just put it in the chat. It's the second link.
Thank you.
How,
I clicked on that link and it brought me to like neighborhood something. So like I resent that. I was
Door
like, what is
knocking.
going on?
It was like a door knocking thing or something.
No, not the first one, not the one from like 1020, but the one that I just sent.
Oh yeah, I was already not paying attention to that, but I did find it. It was in all the resources are in the initial registration email that we got.
yes, I'm like, I can't
used
find
that.
the resources tab.
That's what I was saying to Lisa, and I was like, I need this, add this to my Safari tab, so it's right there on top.
So
Yeah,
the,
in your welcome email, it's in Ignite resources. It's like, congratulations on August or October 5th, you're gonna start. And there's a resources like link in there. That's how I
Yeah,
found
yeah.
it.
I need to find that email. That came from Amy, right?
know.
I don't know if my tag is different or my resources is different than yours. I can send you, so I was frantically, because Melissa had texted me, I don't have my, and I was like, oh shoot, hold on, Zach. So I quickly emailed it over and I'm actually copying and pasting your emails right now so I can send you the buyer thing too. I can send you, because what I did is these in the resources, you have to thumb through like a gazillion pages to find it. So I just printed the pages that applied. So I can email that to you guys later too. Okay.
Thank you.
So Melissa and Lisa, you guys were paired together, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what do you think went really well about your conversations?
I think she does a great job. She's very natural, actually, when she talks, and you can tell she's listening. When she's asking me the question, because it turns into, even though she's asking the questions, it's not just like, you're reading from a script, because a little bit of side conversation happens between the questions, oh, okay, so, that's a lot to take on. You have a lot of people in your house, that kind of thing. So, I thought, yeah, no, she's very natural at it.
Thank you.
Oh, but you're welcome.
And then what did Melissa do well?
Melissa didn't do anything well because Melissa didn't get to.
Yeah, it took guys half the time to find the form, so we only did like one-sided role play.
And I
Okay.
said, don't go, please don't
But
bring
she was
us
a
back.
great buyer.
Okay. So what about you, Nikki? What did Nick do really well?
He was engaged, answered my questions nicely. And just gave me a scenario to where I would actually have to think. He played an investor. So he wanted to buy different properties. So that buyer's sheet, like I might not necessarily know what I'm getting into. So I did kind of have to put me on the fly and have to change the script a little bit. So it wasn't just like a yes, no, boom, boom, boom. And like, it wasn't as easy as a flow because it's not like some of those questions were, oh, how long have you lived in your home? Well, that doesn't apply if he wants to invest in townhouses.
So he threw you off.
A little bit.
Yeah. So how did she handle that, Nick?
She did good. She did good. I definitely went outside the comfort zone because I knew, well, I didn't know what question she was looking at because I couldn't see her form, but I honestly applied it to what I'm thinking about in real estate. Like I want to buy some duplexes, you know? So for me, that's the direction I took it in. Oh yeah, well, I do own a home, but that's not relevant because I'm looking for investment properties. I'm looking for income properties. I'm hoping to have a certain amount of passive income coming in from this. You know, that was really the direction I took the conversation in because that's really genuinely where my head is at right now, you know? And so that was the easiest way for me to role play is what's going on, what's jumbling around up in there anyways, you know?
Right.
But she did good. She did good.
So Zach was my role play partner, and what he did really well. And by the way, Zach, you were a great sport because I was a stinker. And I was a stinker on purpose because I knew you could handle it.
I appreciate that.
So I was kind of like, yeah, I don't want to move. I don't, whatever. I'm just like a 5. Like, I don't know. I haven't thought about it, and just really trying to be a little bit more difficult. And while you were listening to my concerns, you didn't get hung up on them. You just kept going. So I was a 5. What would it make me to be a 10? And then you just kept going with, so what would your home look like? You know, how many bedrooms would you need? How many bathrooms? So to get me thinking about it, because I already told you that I'm just like, I could do it. I could not do it. I don't really care. So
Totally.
Great job. Not that we want to ignore our clients, that's not what I'm saying, but we don't want to get hung up on, just like he didn't get hung up on the one thing. We want to address it, but we don't want to get hung up on it and let that stop our conversation. And so I'm very proud of you. You did a great job.
Thanks.
Okay, so we'll go through the sellers really quick. And then that we can just go through some of your questions that you have that I wrote down, because I think those are questions that obviously are important to you. So I want to make sure to address them. So for the sellers, and again, this is one that I'm just reading off of a script, so this is not what I normally do. So who would like to role play this time?
As a seller.
Yes, as a seller.
So I mean, I'll do it with you, but I just want to understand my role. So I'm a seller and you're reaching out to me because you heard I want to sell my house. Is that right? That's the pretense under which we're moving forward.
The way that I read the questions, it looks like you reached out to me.
Okay,
Because the first question is, how did you hear about me?
gotcha.
And if I'm reaching out to you, you might be like, well, because you just called me. So
Right.
the
Right,
way
right.
that
Okay,
this is, and we can do either, but the way that this specifically is,
let's roll with what you got.
yeah. So this one would be meant for not necessarily lead generating, but the way that I'm taking this form is after you've had a conversation where you know somebody wants to move, we're trying to figure out where to categorize them to see if it's a now seller or a later seller.
Mhm. So I just reached out to you. Ring, ring.
Hello,
Hi, is this Adrian?
it sure is.
Hi, Adrian. My name's Nick Connolly. I got your number from my buddy Bob, and I was just talking with him yesterday about how I'm thinking about selling this house I'm living in because I'd like to upgrade into more of my dream house, not my first house. So it's time for me to make that leap. Are you somebody I could talk to about this?
Absolutely. And I absolutely adore Bob. I helped him and his family purchase and sell a home last year. So I really appreciate that.
Great.
Where are you moving?
I'm not exactly sure, but I've been having my eye on some property that maybe has a little bit more acreage, a little bit more of a mountainy feel. I live on the west side of Denver right now, but I'm always looking at the hills like, man, it'd be nice to kind of live on a little closer to the edge or just up into the hills. So I'm looking at communities, not quite as far as Idaho Springs, maybe Evergreen, maybe Indian Hills, somewhere like that. But I'm looking for a little bit of acreage, so I don't know if there's other options that you have. I'd love to hear about them.
Okay. So what's motivating you to move there? It sounds like you're interested in the hills and that you're interested in acreage. What about the acreage is important to you?
I just would like a feel of privacy. I've lived in these sort of suburban neighborhoods for the past decade or so, and my daughter has moved out, and my wife and I are just looking for a place that our dogs have a little more room to run, and we have a little bit more privacy. And we work from home anyway, so why not have something beautiful to look out the window at instead of my neighbor's giant American flag he's got blowing in his front lawn.
I completely understand. So how soon would you like to be there and get rid of that American flag blowing in your yard?
I'm open to it. I feel like we've built up a lot of equity. We were lucky enough to buy when on the front end of this crazy market we've all been experiencing. And I'm kind of curious to dig in a little bit. I know my house is worth more than it was when I bought it. I know I've been making payments for 10 years, but the appreciation I think might even trump the amount of equity that I've paid down, because I think I've got a pretty good little nest egg here to work with, and I'm really interested to see what my options would be.
Okay. So I'm curious, what do you think your home would sell for?
Well, the one behind me just sold for 800,000, the first open house. So considering I paid 400,000 for mine when we bought, I'd like to imagine, I don't think I have quite the finishes that they have, but I've got to imagine it's worth quite a bit more than I paid for it.
And you said that you paid 400 for yours?
I paid 400 for mine, yeah, but the neighbors right behind me just sold for 800,000 last weekend. They got under contract anyways. And that's a part of what's motivating me to call around right now. I want to see what my options are.
Absolutely. So if you paid 400 for yours, what do you owe on it currently?
We owe about 300.
300. Okay.
Yep.
And if we sold your home in the next 30 days, would that pose a problem for you?
I guess I'd like to know that I have a place to move into, because I have too much stuff for a temporary solution. I'd really like to find an opportunity to move my stuff from this house with the understanding that this house will be sold. So I don't know if that's possible or not, but in a perfect world, I'd like to use the equity from my existing house as the down payment on my new house. But I don't want to let this house go before I have the new house locked in. So I don't know if that's just a timing thing we work out, or a contingent type offer that we write, or what the case might be. But I'd rather leave the cash in the bank as cash in the bank and tap into the equity that I've built in my home for my down payment for the next one.
Okay. And there are several different options that we can review that would accomplish just that. And it will depend on the best one for you, of course. So we will absolutely go through that. Now, what would happen if we didn't sell your home?
Well, I could entertain what it means to use it as a rental property if there was still a way to leverage the equity that's in it. That might even be more desirable to me, because I would love to have a portfolio. I'd love to stick a renter in here. I've got a great interest rate that I was lucky enough to tie into. So if I could actually keep this property and hold on to it as a rental, increasing my cash flow, but still somehow leverage the equity to use as down payment on a new house, as long as I can keep my new mortgage payment at or under $3,000, I'll be comfortable.
Okay. So it sounds like you're determined to move regardless of what we end up doing with your property.
Yeah, Tim's American flag is, I'm a little sick of that being my view over there across the street.
Yeah, I don't blame you. So I'll be sending you some information before we meet. Would you have a few minutes to review that?
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay. And then do you have any questions for me before we meet?
Again, I live on the west side, kind of out by Lakewood, so I've been looking at those hills in particular, but I work from home. I don't really have a huge limitation on the opportunity or the options, but I don't really know a lot about the front foothill communities. So any information you could get me on the different little pockets where there's houses, I think, but I don't know, and I'm sure I'll find this out through our conversations. I think that the equity I have built up in my house, I mean, we only put like 10 grand down, 15 grand down when we bought this house, and I'm looking at having hundreds of thousands as an opportunity for a down payment. So I don't really know what my options are, but I would love to know more about the just behind the 470 loop communities. What are the little towns there? I know Indian Hills because I drive by it. I know Idlewood, or what is it? The towns I go past on my way up to Evergreen when we go visit friends up there. Idlewild or something is right up there in the hills, but I don't really know the different communities that are in that region. And I would like to know. Again, I don't want to live in one of these like, hey, I live in the mountains, but look at my view. It's my neighbor's house. I'm looking for my view to be nature. So enough acreage that I can accomplish that without going too far into the mountains,
Okay. Well, I will definitely bring some information with me during our meeting. That way we can review all of the different areas, and then we'll dive deeper into those once we've come up with a plan. Does that sound good?
Sounds great. Thank you.
All right. Now, will all the decision makers be there when we meet?
I can make sure that my wife is aware of our meeting and ask her to be present. Sure.
Okay, great. So does Saturday at 3 work better for you, or would a weekday work better?
I prefer weekdays. I try and have my weekends be weekends. But if it's necessary, I can accommodate. Again, I work from home, so it's kind of Saturday could work, or next Thursday would be good for me as well. So whatever's better for you, I'll work with.
I do have Thursday at 2. Would that work?
Perfect.
Okay. Well, I look forward to meeting you. Blah 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 blah. Okay.
Blah, blah, blah.
So some of that was just a little bit different because he called me, right? And so I'm used to calling people to create that. So other than my awkward answering of the phone, what would you change? What would you recommend would have done different? And what do you think went well?
I got what I wanted out of it. I set myself up for information, which is what I'm after. I'm trying to weigh my options, and sounds like you're going to bring me some options. So either you're going to belly flop or wow me on Saturday or Thursday at 2, right?
Mhm.
So
Right.
we'll see how it goes.
Right. I did avoid asking you about your neighbor's house on purpose. Do you know why that is?
No.
Because there's a chance your neighbor's house is nothing like your house. And it might
Yeah.
not be worth anything, but if I pull up your neighbor's house and start trying to compare them over the phone, I might actually put you in the defensive.
Right.
So instead, I know it's your neighbor's house and I have access to the MLS. Like, I'm going to look it up before I meet with you on Thursday. And I'm going to look your house up before Thursday so that I can come up with some of the differences so that when we're talking over the phone, it's not putting you in the defensive. And yours might be worth 800. It might be worth more. Might be worth less. I don't know because I haven't done any of that yet. The one that I kind of did a little bit feel uncomfortable with was the way that will all the decision makers be there when we meet. And of course, this is meant to be a tool and a guide. So I read it. It didn't sound awkward to Nick, so that was good. I like to schedule the meeting first and then ask, or say, I want to make sure that I answer the questions of everybody that would be, that would be selling the property. Is there anyone else on title with you that's a decision maker? Great. Your wife, I would love for her to be at our meeting as well, just to make sure that I have all of her questions answered too. And then I'm going to go into, is your wife going to be purchasing this next home with you? Because I don't know, they could be getting divorced, like I have no idea. So some of those questions as well. Some tips that aren't on here. Whenever you're going to a listing presentation, check Zillow. I hate Zillow. And check it because everybody uses it. I don't love it. And everyone, now Nick told me about his neighbor. Most people don't have that. They're just like, I think it's worth about $750. And if you look on their Zestimate, it's $750. That's where they're getting their information. So sometimes Zillow is spot on and sometimes it's way off base. And if I pull my comps and my comps come up to closer to 900 and he just told me 800 because that's his estimate, I am not going to have a problem with Nick. If my comps come up closer to 700 and his estimate's 800, I'm going to have to prove why. I'm going to have to show him why, right? So that is really powerful information to know, because even people that say, oh, I have no idea, they've looked. They've looked, trust me.
Yeah, love it or hate it, everybody's going to Zillow. So
Right.
you gotta at least know what Zillow's saying so that you have an opportunity to, if you're good, you don't want to get put in the hot seat where you're like, oh no, so I did a CMA and your house is worth 650 and they're going, well, Zillow says it's worth 750 because now you're caught off guard. You got to know what their assumption will be before you're there, I would say.
Right. It's a platform that everybody uses. And honestly, I kind of love how easy it is. And I've used it myself. And yet when I say that I don't like it, it's because people take that as the all holy word. Like, well, Zillow says, just like what Nick said, right? Well, Zillow says, and it's like, well, Zillow's an algorithm and they're taking these homes over here right next door that, you know, maybe you're on the border of a neighborhood that borders $1 million properties. And the average in this neighborhood that they're in is 500,000. Zillow doesn't know where the borders are. It takes a general range. So that's why sometimes it's spot on depending on where it is. And sometimes it's like, it's not even close. All right. Well, we could either go into a breakout session and do this together, or we can go through all the questions that we were kind of going through during that I was writing down. What do you feel like would be more powerful?
Let's go through the questions.
Questions.
While the breakout room was all right, I felt like we spent a lot of the time trying to figure out the questions. So I'd rather just get down brass tacks.
Okay, so we're not going to test my technical abilities for the second time. All right, so questions on tags. Okay. And don't mind the fact that, hold on, let me share my screen again. Let's see if I'm sharing the right screen. Okay, can you see my mouse?
Yep.
Okay, I did. So please ignore the fact that I have tasks that need to be done. I had to go out of town on an emergency last week and almost lost a family member. So we didn't, and I'm a little behind. So some of the tags, so see these are just going to be any tags that you add, and you can do that for any reason at all. Somebody was asking about referrals. So there is right here, this little drop a referral. You can go to the map. And you can
ask, since you just clicked on that referral thing, can I ask? Because I just did my, literally I today have to wrap it up with Bonnie, I think, but I just had my first ever out of state referral opportunity where a friend of mine asked me if I could sell his house in Santa Cruz for him. And I said, well, I'm not licensed in California, but I can help you wade through the ocean of shitty realtors and help you find somebody that's going to be awesome to work with. And in doing so, I will get a referral fee from them when they sell your house. He was like, awesome. So you're still going to make some money on it? And I was like, yep. He was like, cool, man. Well, let me know when you find somebody good to work with. And I did talk to like 7 agents out there before I found somebody who I felt like was asking the right questions. So is this where I would put that woman? She's a realtor in the Santa Cruz area. Is that what you mean by referrals? Or would I
So-
put my friend in there?
So on this, you could put the people that you found in your network. And this is going to be, oh, okay, well. Yeah, you could put them in your network. I usually go to the map and look at this way. Oh, you know what? I'm in the wrong one. Okay, hold on. I toggle back and forth. I have everything in maybe my team account. I have nothing in my account. So anyway, you could put her there if you want to. I do it a little bit different. If I find someone that I really like, I put them in command as one of my contacts. And then I create a tag that would say California referral agent. That way I can search my tags first. But you can do it this way. I just don't. This is a way that you can search for referrals. So if you're looking for a certain area, let's go to Spokane.
St. Charles, Missouri.
Okay, Missouri.
Is that where you are, Spokane?
Yeah, well, kind of. I'm right here.
Wow,
So,
nice.
just a little bit.
I've got a little network of people out there. I'll try and maybe you can be my referral partner in that area.
That would be awesome. I would appreciate that.
There's a bunch of mineral dealers I know in the area out there.
Yeah. Okay, so we're in Missouri, and you said where?
It's St. Charles. It's outside of St. Louis.
Okay. There you go. I mean, you could
Yeah.
type it in too. but
Upper
I
left.
thought-
Upper
So,
left, right off I-70. Just past Bridgerton up there on the top left corner.
okay. I might
It's
have-
not quite on the screen.
Right.
Yep,
Yep.
there you go.
Yep, there it is.
Ah! Okay. You know how we talked about at the beginning of the class, Nick, that you don't have to be great at technology?
Yeah,
I hope I'm demonstrating that well to you today.
I feel your pain.
Okay. Okay.
This is so helpful.
Okay, so see all of these here.
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay. So you can either click on those, you can search your results. Whoop. And I know you said St. Charles, but in order to,
Yeah, for time's sake.
I'm just gonna go in here. Okay. So it's showing me all of the different agent production, right? And I can filter this. I would like to have someone that is land, specializes in land. Because they just want land. Ooh, brought me down to not very many, right? So I might be looking at a couple here because I narrowed it down. Now, if I wanted to clear my filter, I could do that. And then basically choose anything you want. But for this, we did the okay. So,
Wish I would have known this feature when I was looking.
This is all.
I was just saying, I did not know this feature. I was literally on Google Maps looking up all the Keller offices and just calling the offices, trying to find somebody. So this would have been a fun tool to know about.
so you could go by production, market center. I mean, there's a lot of things that you can go by. I don't
Now, this is just Keller agents, correct?
correct.
So I wouldn't
Okay,
have
so
found
now I'm going
that.
by market centers. Let me clear all this. Clear. Oh, cancel. I'm gonna go out of it and back in because it's not clearing for me. There we go. Nope, just kidding. Oh, it's because I still have the market center. I want production. That's what I want. And I don't have a lot of people because I did land. Okay, so now I'm starting over, right? So I have a lot of people to choose from. If I want to look at this person, I'm going to click on her. And I can get an idea of you know, who she is there. And I will cyber stalk my people now. So I will just put in, I'll start a new, let's see, Patricia. I'm just gonna go. And I don't remember what city she was in. So we're just gonna go like that. Okay, so let's pretend, because I didn't notice the city. I'm gonna go on there, I'm gonna read about her, and then I'm probably gonna Facebook stalk her. And again, this is not hours of work. This is like boom, 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 right? And then I'm gonna call her and I'm gonna find out how she sounds, because I will tell you, there have been times that, and this of course is when I used to do it the other way. I used to post on Facebook referral groups, and I would have people reach out to me right away. One of them was for my mom, actually. And she was buying an Arizona home. I can't see you guys. I'm going to stop sharing just for a second. She was buying a home in Arizona. And I knew, of course, I know my mom, and she's going to ask a lot of questions. She's going to need someone to really be organized, because she is not. So she needs someone to remind her of her dates and deadlines and everything. And so I had people call me right away, because of course I'm asking for this. And the first person that called, which usually the first person's like, yeah, you're hungry. I love that. And he sat there, he didn't ask me any questions. He was telling me how fantastic he was and all his stats and all of things that I care about ish, not really. My mom certainly doesn't care about them. He didn't ask me any questions. And I'm like, he won't even let me talk. So he's not going to let her talk. You're not my guy, right? I don't care how many words you've won if you're not going to let me talk. So then I had another gal that reached out to me, and they were much better. I mean, she was asking me questions about, well, when do you think she wants to move? You know, we were kind of tag teaming as far as a strategy for her. And that made me feel a lot more comfortable. And you know what? I didn't ask her how long she'd been in the business, because she gave me a confidence that she really cared and she was going to help her. So I would call some of the people that you're referring to, and just kind of gauge that. And you also want to work with people that respect their referral, right? I've tracked down, I have one referral partner in Texas. She started with KW. She's now with Remax. She's been with 3 other companies in between. And we have a lifetime referral program. So I have tracked her down from company to company. I'm like, okay, Haley, Nick closed another deal. I need to send you a referral check so that I can get her. Whereas I've seen on Lab Coat Agents and some of those where people are like, do I even owe a referral fee? Because it's been, you know, a month over a year. It's like, yeah, you owe a referral fee. Technically, it depends on what the paperwork says, but treat your referral partners well, because you will get a reputation if you don't. And if you try to screw someone out of their referral fee because of a technicality, it's gonna get around. So just a side note, that's not in the class, but take care of your referral partners. Let's see what else.
Thank you. That was helpful.
Yeah. I wrote down command. I think that was the tags. Groups.
I definitely filtered through a bunch of what felt like the wrong agents before I found the right agent. For my first ever out-of-state referral thing. And she's been awesome, but definitely don't settle for mediocrity, because then that'll be what your potential referral client thinks of you. You know, I pre-screened, I think I talked to 7 people before I referred one to my friend. And I said, if you don't like this lady, let me know and I'll keep digging. But out of the 7 people I've talked to, she's the one that I like the most over the phone, you know?
Yeah. Now, did you send her referral agreement?
She had something like 19 years with Keller, and 3 years ago moved over to EXP. And since I have never sent one out, I told her, I was like, look, I'm a relatively new agent. I could, I'm sure, figure something out in Command and figure out how to send this to you. But if you have a form that you use, I'm happy to use your form, as long as we're still doing the 25% thing. She was like, yeah, no problem. Just send me all your market center info. And I was able to find all of that in the resources tabs pretty easily. but I could not find the referral form in the resources tab. So we're using hers, and that's why I emailed it to Bonnie yesterday, and I'm going to follow up with her after this. So I'm counting on this lady who knows the Keller system very well because she's been a part of it for so long, but apparently there was some mutiny at the Santa Cruz Keller offices where like all of the existing established agents left because the same guy owns all three offices, and whatever he did to piss all the people that matter off, he did it and they all left. So I don't know what that's about, but I'm using a referral through a non-Keller person right now. Or
And
she
that
was
is
a Keller.
fine. I mean, you
Yeah,
don't have to refer to Keller at all. In fact, sometimes there's one I'm doing right now. It's in a smaller city and I couldn't find a Keller agent that I liked. So I just referred to a different agent. I just found her by Googling and doing the same steps, but by Googling. So, and starting there. So it's more important to me that my clients are well taken care of. And it sounds like it is to you too, Nick. So,
Yep.
yeah. And what I would say is maybe when you're talking to Gwen and Ricky, they should be able to provide you with a referral form. You can have, it's great that she was willing to do it for you. I do it for all of my referral partners too. I just send the form right away so that they know. And a lot of people won't. And so it's good just to have. I would send you mine, but it's pre-populated with all of my information and downloaded. So I don't even know where I originally got it because it's my license and my all of that stuff on there.
Can I
So
ask where do you store that? Is that like a Word doc or something?
the one I have is a PDF. I think it might be in CTM. I'll have to check, but the one I have is a PDF that I put all my information on initially, and then I just store it in my Dropbox.
Yeah, there's
You
some,
know?
that's what I was getting at, was Dropbox. I feel like there's an opportunity here early on for us newbies and more experienced people. I don't want to rewrite that stuff every time I need to send it out. So I'm trying to create templates that I can store somewhere, but I don't have a system in place for that yet. So that's why I was asking, where do you store yours? I'm thinking about using Word docs, you know?
So you can really store it anywhere that makes sense to you. I'm kind of a Dropbox fan. But I also have the things that I use all the time like that on my desktop. But I have it in Dropbox because my desktop, I learned this the hard way. When your desktop crashes and that's where everything's stored, then you're screwed. So I store everything on Dropbox too, and then just the stuff I use more often on the desktop. So and then commercial. So Zach, you wanted some agents that do commercial, correct?
Yes, please.
Okay, would that be helpful for anyone else?
I have to ask, I'm under the impression we're not allowed to do commercial out of our office.
Okay, I didn't know that.
I only know it, I only know it from a story that was shared by somebody else in our office that was literally, again, this is the game of telephone, right? But I was told by somebody who had a friend reach out that owned a commercial building and wanted to sell their commercial building. It was a $3 million building, and Donna told her she couldn't do it because there was too much liability with commercial.
So that could be true. An agent that has never done commercial before, they're not going to allow you to do commercial. Commercial and property management, those are the two best ways to get sued, because they're just different. So I can tell you that a team lead that we had 5 years ago was a commercial broker, and we used to have a commercial division. And as far as I know, we don't have any commercial agents now. But I do have 2 contacts for commercial agents that I refer to. But the reason I do that is not because the office told me no, because I've never asked, Nick. I have no idea. So we'll have to see what the new policy is. I'm just going on the fact of what used to be and the fact that I don't want to do commercial. So I've never checked into it for myself. But I have 2 agents, one that's used to be with our office, and she's with the DTC office. And really, I believe the only reason she made that move is because the office is a little bit larger, and commercial agents do tend to get their business from residential agents. So I think that's why she made the move. Because to me, when I was looking at both offices, I like actually getting some attention in classes and stuff like that. So that's, everybody chooses an office that they choose for reasons that are good for them. But she is still with Keller. And then the other one was our old team lead. Him and I are tight, and he helps me with pretty much all my commercial deals. And when I say helps, I mean, he does them. So I just get a referral fee.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
So, so maybe Zach, you're gonna want to talk to Donna and make sure that it's okay that you are partnering with one of these agents to do commercial versus just referring them. Because that is new information to me that I don't know if it is allowed or isn't. I just made an assumption based on what used to be.
And I
Okay.
don't know the details other than the way it was shared with me was like, I had to pass up a $3 million deal because I was told I can't do a commercial deal. You know, it was an offering for a listing from a friend of another agent in our office that then told me later, like, I didn't even know we couldn't do commercial. So it's a little third party. I would definitely talk to Donna for clarification. Don't take my word on it. Don't ever listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, she said, just give me a call. Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued. I'm curious. Like, I have a lot of people messaging me on Instagram about certain things. And I just like, instead of, saying I have no idea what I'm doing, I just need to reach out to somebody that has better clarification. I do remember bringing up something about land with Bonnie and Donna, and they were super cool with it as long as I had the right knowledge and skill sets to be able to present that. But I'm not comfortable with that. So I would, of course, reach out to somebody that had that experience. But I'm going to call Donna and see.
And I think so, from what I can tell you from my experience with the office, that it's usually about making sure that you're willing to go through the necessary training and if you want to go that direction. So I don't think that they would ever allow someone to do a one-off scenario with commercial because of the liability, or, a one-off scenario with a property management deal or whatnot. But if you show them and put together a plan and say, look, I would, and Nick, this could be an opportunity for you and Zach and anyone else that's interested, right? Like, if you go to her and say, I want to learn and I want to start a commercial division. Okay, well, these are the things you're going to have to do. And usually the office has always been very supportive. They've been very transparent in what the reason why they don't like certain things, but they've always been very, very supportive as far as making it happen under the right circumstances, and you proving to them that you've taken the steps that you need to be educated. And those steps may be to pair with somebody for a while to get that knowledge. But that would be a good opportunity because we don't have anybody to my knowledge.
Yeah, I think my take on all this is, I mean, this is definitely a passion of mine. So, but when I look at like all the different aspects of real estate, I personally want to dive my foot into each subsection, because the more conversations you have with people, like the whole USDA loan thing, I mean, I couldn't talk about that before. And now that I had sat down with Patrick for almost an hour and we talked about all the different down payment assistance programs, it's like now I have the better knowledge to put myself in front of a potential client or a customer and explain to them what this, that, and the other is. I mean, you just set yourself apart from other realtors that aren't quite sure. You have the answer right away. But that's why I'm stoked about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna still email you the contacts, because even if the decision is no, you'll want to refer. I mean,
Sure.
you definitely want to refer them out. But this is what with our office, and talk to your coach, like talk to Gwen, talk to Ricky. If you guys have any plans to move into a specific field or anything that you'd like to do, maybe it's owning a Keller Williams office, maybe it's being a part owner in this office, like maybe it's running a commercial division, whatever that is. You have two of the best coaches that we've had. Like you guys came in seriously at the right time. Donna is super supportive and Michael is amazing. So I wouldn't be here if I didn't think that. I wouldn't be flying to Colorado every month if I didn't love my office, right? So, tell them your plans and have them help you go on a path, because there's no ceilings in real estate. It's just figuring out a way to do it.
Mhm.
You want to do commercial, do it. Just partner with them to figure out how to do it without giving them, creating a lot of liability. So, I think those are all the questions I wrote down. Did you guys have any other questions? Because I know we're like a minute to noon and I want to, I'll stay for anyone that has questions, but I also don't want to keep you over for those of you that need to leave.
I was gonna reach out to you about a couple things after this, I think. You were gonna send us an email of your buyer questionnaire, your warm lead questionnaire, so to speak, and I'll probably follow up on that. If you don't mind, I'll shoot you an email and we can set up a time that you have available to chat a little about a few different aspects. Again, anybody who's got more experience than me, I'm gonna learn something from every conversation we have, so
Absolutely.
I can't actually remember at this exact moment what it is I wanted to ask you, but there was something specific, and I'm sure it'll come to me at about 3 a.m. tonight while I'm trying to sleep, so.
Yeah, well, don't call me then.
No, No, but I'll write it down.
Okay. You can email me anytime though. Oh, let me put my email in there. It's super easy.
You're sending us all an email, aren't you?
I am, but just in case, because I have a couple of appointments after this. So just in case you have a question before I get the email sent out, you've got my email too.
Gotcha.
Thank you so much.
Of
Yeah,
course,
thank you for
sorry
your
for all the
time.
technical
Yeah, thank you.
difficulties.
Thanks, Adrian.
Of course. Well, you guys have a great weekend, and hopefully you got something out of it. And I look forward to seeing you guys. I will see everyone in person for the October Halloween. I'm usually the one in the obnoxious floaty. So,
Awesome.
all right. You guys have a good weekend.
Thanks, Adrian. Take
Thanks.
care.
Bye.
Bye.
So.